Okay, here we go. It is 5:30, and we will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Garola.
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Stowe. Vice Mayor Reyes.
Here.
Mayor Flores.
Here. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. None for you. Do we have any that have come in electronically for this one?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Then we'll go into the City Council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 items before council this evening in closed session. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property 260-213-022, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Negotiating Party, City of Porterville and 50 West Olive LLC, under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with the Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Patrice Hildreth, Employee Organizations, Management and Confidential Series, and Porterville Peace Officers Association. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim, Claimant Augustin Magana, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, Subsection D, Subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, Subsection D, Subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation, 2 cases. Staff's report.
Thank you. 5:31. We will now go into closed session. It is 6:39. We will reconvene open session and report on any reportable action items.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. There's just one item to report on, item number A3, and a motion by Mayor Flores is seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa on a 5-0 vote. The claim of Augustin Magana was denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vice Mayor Reyes, and remain standing for the invocation.
Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to lead us in an invocation? Please. Please.
Father, may we ask your blessing upon this special meeting tonight. Thank you for our mayor and our council that, Lord, do so much for our city. And so we ask you to help us tonight with your great wisdom in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Let us continue to pray for public safety, all the firemen who are fighting the fires, for the lives that may have been lost, for those who have faced evacuations, for those that have lost property, and for friends and families who are affected, for the protection of law enforcement who continue to protect and serve, for the overall protection and safety of everyone in and around our surrounding communities. Please, let's take a moment of silence for our personal intentions. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move into the presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one presentation this evening. It's going to be a quarterly report on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. President CEO Jessica Brackeen is going to be providing that presentation. Will be
Thank
entering
you.
the chamber.
May I ask a question? It's a technical question. Our screens are dark on the dais.
I think your gavel might have hit the power
It goes on. Okay, maybe it was just mine. All right. There we go. I can see everybody now. Thank you. Please go. I apologize.
Because it's connected.
Did have a slide.
Okay.
Sorry, I was told we were rotating in, so I thought that I had to wait. Can you go to the next slide? All right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm super nervous. I'm going to get used to this, I promise. So we did move the chamber office. We're now at 311 North 2nd Street. Due to the fire, we are still looking at being relocated until March or April of next year. We are trying to communicate with local businesses and just helping share information out, help as much as we can. We've been partnering with the Workforce Investment Board to provide, I think we got about 168 of the micro grants here in this Porterville area given out to different businesses here. So I thought that was pretty successful. I was excited that there was a lot of people that reached out to me that were very thankful for that money. So we were glad that that came through. We have continued our governmental affairs committee meetings. We've been doing them via Zoom. I just launched our first virtual networking mixer that happened last Thursday. We called it iConnect. I also brought on a new membership experience coordinator. Her name is Christina. And I'm really excited because she's bilingual, so she's helped to translate things into Spanish. That way everything that's going out is in dual languages. And then As of the 19th, the chamber had 3,778 followers on Facebook. So that is something that we're going to start.
I can't hear it out here. I'm supposed to hear it out here in the speakers all the way, but I don't hear nothing. Thank you.
So that is something that we're working on, is boosting our social media presence. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. I included a little pic there so everybody could see our Zoom meeting. I was pretty excited. I think we had 36 people jump on. So I thought for our first mixer, that was a good turnout. And the next slide, please. These are some new members that we've brought onto the chamber that I'm really excited about. Touchstone Pistachio came on as a bronze member, so that is very exciting. And then we have quite a few new businesses that have signed up in the last couple of months as well. Germbusters, Valuria, a salon on Main Street, Gail Woods, the realtor, Taco Truck Cantina, Michelle Wells interpreting. She's our first interpreter for the chamber, so I was excited about that. And then 6 Digit Inc., they also do business as Cooplink. The next slide, please. So moving forward, we are hoping to create positive interactions with both the chamber and non-chamber businesses. Really just trying to see how we can help. Reaching out to businesses one-on-one has been our goal. Just trying to reach out to the community and meet with people and see what their needs are, because everybody has very different needs right now. I've been really trying to utilize the relationships that we have with different agencies. A lot of these are, I'm guessing they were existing relationships that I've just been able to keep going and start new programs and just kind of get just a good idea of all the different agencies that are available and the different help that's available to our community. Our goal too is to do more live on Facebook or social media, to do webinars and things like that. That's something that in the next 2 weeks we should be launching a new webinar series. We want to be able to help people to deal with like lots of different things, COVID related and non-COVID related. And also getting the students involved in the community and into leadership positions. So I have been working with CSET to get some students involved in just different ways that the chamber can kind of help either put together partnerships if we can't help them one-on-one, or get them started to maybe do work at the chamber. That should be starting in the next couple weeks as well. And next slide. I think that's it. Thank you so much. Does anybody have, can I ask questions?
Okay, this is a presentation, and does council have any questions for the presentation? Just a moment. Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I think you're doing the best you can under the COVID conditions, and so I commend you for that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Well, you walked into a new job, and of course, the outreach has to do with the memberships. I just have a question. Of all your followers, of the 3,000 plus and the 1,000 others, how many of those are actual members of the chamber?
I think that's a great question. That is something that we have been going through. I'm touching base with each one of our members individually, either myself or my membership experience coordinator. And that is something that we're reaching out and putting their social media accounts to make sure that we are following them and that they are following us, so we have that good communication. So I'm not really sure. I don't know how to measure that, because a lot of them might be employees of the corporations. So I'm not sure. But we are working on at least connecting everybody to make sure that all of our current chamber members are added on social media, and so that we have that extra communication.
Okay, the next question that I have, how many actual members do you have in the Porterville Chamber?
It looks like today we were at 411.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
Just want to say thank you, and once again, congratulations on your new role. I do appreciate you hiring someone that, for media, that's bilingual. I think it's important to have a diversified chamber that, from different backgrounds, different business folks, to be able to ensure that we're working together to bring some economic development to our community. So I think that's key, ensuring that the language barrier that exists with maybe Latino businesses in our community are also included in that space. So thank you for that.
Of course. some feedback that I received, and that's something that I've been trying to make my focus, to make sure that we are appealing to everyone. I mean, this is our community. We do have 3 new board members that were just approved that will be starting this week, and 2 of those ladies are small business owners that are Hispanic and speak Spanish as well. So we're trying to make sure that our board is diversified as well.
Good. Councilmember Stowe, did you have a question?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Reyes, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make a comment that congratulations on getting the virtual mixers going, and if you can build a solid foundation during COVID, then I don't think anybody will be able to forget that, and they'll really appreciate it in the future. So, good job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Have a good night.
thank you. We will now move into oral communications. This is the time and the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here or wish to comment for the public hearing of item number 11 or 12, please hold your comment when these items come up on the agenda. You will be given the opportunity at that time to comment. Is there anyone that would like to come forth? And remember, you will be given 3 minutes and a timer will go on. Thank
Yeah, I
you.
would like to address the council about the Orange Blossom subdivision.
Please, excuse me, may we have your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary Locks. So I come to this issue with a little bit more information than most people. I used to own that property. Your water numbers are flawed. You claim that the University of California claims that the water use on Orange Grove is 4.5 acre feet, which is massively high. That piece of property is Strathmore adobe clay on top of a hard pan layer. If you were to use that amount of water, the trees would have died many, many years ago. If it does transfer to the city's responsibility for water, even at the 0.8 that the city claims we use per acre for housing, is still above your the segment allowed amount of groundwater to be pumped. And as you guys are probably all aware of this, the entire city of Porterville is in what is called the white area. It's not serviced by any surface water. So that's one concern. The other concern is traffic. The last time that there was a traffic survey done, there was in 2007. The only reason I know that is because I got the honor to pay for it when I did a parcel map split on that property. And I also asked a question about if the city is planning on doing any carbon sequestration mitigation. At present, that little orange grove sequesters 16 tons of carbon per year. And as I'm hoping everybody realizes, the only thing that can sequester carbon is a green plant. If you remove those 1,000 trees, is the city going to plant 1,000 trees elsewhere to mitigate that loss? And that's, well, and then the extremely obvious one, and that is that none of the lots in the neighborhood or within a mile radius are as small as are proposed. The majority of them are 1 acre. In fact, that is zoned right now for 1 acre minimums in the county. It's zone RA 43, which is residential ag, 43,000 square feet minimum. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Would someone else like to come forward, please?
I have a petition that we created. I don't know if this would be of interest to you and all. I can leave it here if it's something that might be interesting.
Sorry.
And My wife was told that we were going to be allowed to possibly read a letter on a neighbor's behalf as well as our own.
You have, the time has started. You can read it, what you have under oral communications, and the timer will go off.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm concerned about what appears to be a lack of transparency in the way the proposed Orange Blossom subdivision has been communicated to the public. Government Code 65091 states that a notice must be sent to all owners of real property within the 300 feet. Interestingly, this code also allows for the city to place a notice in the newspaper taking up at least 1/8 of a page if the number of mailers would exceed 1,000. The context of that code would be for infill, which assumes a substantial number of residents on most, if not all, sides of the subject property. Using that 300-foot standard, notices of the Orange Blossom subdivision would have been sent to one real property owner on the north, one to the west, two to the south, and a handful in Chelsea Glen. A generous estimate of the number of real property owners contacted in this case would be around 20 or 2% of the threshold that the state would allow before the city would be allowed to place an ad. Public notices are currently nested under the city manager's page directory, yet there is no link from the city manager's page to the notices. In order to find the notices, one must know exactly where and how to look. Our own municipal code, though, 601.05D4 states that each public notice is to include the names and the applicant of the owner of the property that is the subject of the application, and this information is not found on the public notice. So the title of itself is also misleading because it only includes the negative mitigation. So I would ask, before you cast your vote, to consider the following questions. Why would the city follow the state government code precisely when it comes to the 300-foot radius, knowing that 3 sides of the subject property, less than 5 residents in total, or less than 5 residents would be notified? And then why would the city then violate its own municipal code to omit the names of the applicant and property owner who are both from out of town? Why would this notice be sure to mention the pocket park when the mitigation report states that a park impact fee is to be paid in lieu of building the recreation facilities? So could it be because the purpose was to inform very few people and mislead in order to provide an opportunity for a developer to profit on the current real estate bubble? So I would ask that you vote no on the Orange Blossom, and this is from Thomas Coulard on Linda Vista. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Juan Martinez. I live at 1729 Linda Vista Avenue in Porterville. I want to start off by saying I strongly oppose to the proposal project of the southwest corner of Newcomb and Linda Vista. I own the property next to the proposed project, and I never receive a letter of the notification of this project. When I purchased my property in 2006, I built my dream home in 2007. My goal was to relocate my family from a higher density area to the outskirts of town. My intention was to be able to provide a safe and tranquil home for my family to enjoy for many, many years to come. Your proposal to change the zoning to a high density area is going to affect me and my neighbors personally. I am not, however, opposed to additional building projects that maintain the quality and pride of ownership of the area and are consistent with the R43 zoning. I am opposed to rezoning of the area. The proposed project will destroy my family quality of life now and for the foreseeable future. You as a city council, if you approve this project, will single-handedly crush mine and my family hopes and dreams. You will be completely undoing or reversing all the years of hard work that I put into saving, planning, and building my home in this area. This project will bring more people, traffic, more crime to my neighborhood, not to mention causing me lose tens of thousands of dollars in property value. In speaking to Mr. Reyes last week, he led me to believe that the city is in no way benefiting from this project. If this is true, why would the city be going through all this effort? And if it is, and if it's a lie, then how can we believe anything that we are being told or promised by the city at this time? You have lost mine and my neighbor's trust, and we do not want your project here. Thank you for listening, and we'll be watching you on Zoom too.
Thank you.
My name is Marvin Billings. I've been a resident of the Porterville area for 67 years. I have remained in the home that I'm presently in for 52 and a half years. This proposal, if a developer is unwilling to create a neighborhood that is comparable with surrounding neighborhoods, then this is all about money. Those lots need to be bigger. This is being sold to the council as if the lots range from 6,003 square feet to over 11,000 square feet. However, only one of the lots is 1,100 square feet. The nearly 40 of the lots are in the 600 or 6,000 square feet range. If that property remained in the county, they would be allowed 5 homes. If that goes into the city and this developer's there, 50 plus, not 5, 50 plus homes would be built in there. We don't want neighborhood like a mobile home park. We want it like the residents that are around there now. If the city is willing to change the lives and homes of existing residents just to meet a RENA quota, then do you represent the people or the builder? Or do we have to move out or find other space? So we ask that you please take this into consideration. I thank you for the opportunity to address you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Weber. I live at 1807 West Baker Avenue off of the Rose Conductor. The two factors that I want to stress today that I strongly oppose for, the consideration of development for, the two key issues that I want to address tonight are the water to begin with. California is repeatedly in a drought status, even regarding the last fairly decent winter we had. But on a personal level, the house that I live in, I bought to be my dream home, pending retirement and et cetera, is already been affected by the last drought. 2 years ago, I had to have my well pump went out, and I had to have the pump replaced as well as a well rig come out and push my groundwater level surface another 80 feet down. The idea of building another subdivision in our area to put increased load on that water table in our area is completely ridiculous. Number 2 issue I want to address is the streets. Newcomb and Linda Vista area are already older, narrow thoroughfares that have already taken the initial load of the new growth that we have where I live personally. Prior to the COVID virus situation, if you tried to leave onto North Grand off of Rose on a Sunday when the Holy Cross Church crowd was in and out, to try to get out on the North Grand is an extremely dangerous safety risk. To put more traffic out in that area on the narrow and the older streets we already have, when the city is already in dire straits on trying to figure out which city streets they already need to repair, as well as the project that are already taken on Henderson. Just another added burden that we don't need. So again, I'm expressing my voice and my vote against the change of the variance for the city of Porterville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Steve Drake. I live in 1765 West North Grand. I've been there for 32 years. My wife has been there for 48 years. I'm against this subdivision that you're trying to put in. We have enough traffic as it is. There's a church on the corner of Newcomb and Northwest Grand. They added traffic, both foot and automotive, is more than I can take. I have COPD. So please take into consideration that there's more going on here than just money. There are people's lives at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ernest Bowen. I live at the corner of Mulberry and Woods, 463 Mulberry. For the last 8 years, I've come before you time after time complaining about the speeders on Mulberry. It's dangerous. People are going through there 50, 60 miles an hour. You've done nothing about it. I call the police department. They send an officer. He makes a sweep through. He's gone. You never see him again. I thought it was your guys' job to keep the citizens of this city safe. I continually see speeders going through town, going through signals. Nothing stops them. The police department and officers are in danger because you don't enforce the traffic laws of California about the tinting on the windows or the noise that these cars make. When is it going to change? You've done nothing about it. I complain continuously. Where's the law enforcement? These people that are homeless are stealing market baskets right, left, and center. All those baskets cost in excess of $200 a piece, which the markets have to mark up the food to make up the difference for what you people are allowing to happen. It's a shame. My family has been in this country for numerous years. I'm the Bowens and the Danners. This used to be a nice city. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jose Romero. I live on Newcomb between Linda Vista and West North Grand. I purchased that property back in 2004. That was one of my getaways from the city, peace and quiet. Finish raising my family, bring my grandkids out to play and raise them in a country setting. Porterville annexed it, took it over to my opposition. And it used to be peace and quiet. Now we got cars coming from West North Grand, north on Newcomb, from 0 to as high as and fast as they get those cars up. There's no officers out there. There's no traffic enforcement. There have been several accidents there, and nothing's been done. As a matter of fact, on my way over here, that little AT&T connection thing, somebody smacked into it. You know, so it goes to show that there's a lot of dangerous traffic there. Bringing in more vehicles, more people from that area is not going to help us anyway, especially if there are people from out of town just coming in here to fill their pockets full of money on us. No, we are the people of Porterville. We're the taxpayers. We support you guys, okay? If there was no people of Porterville, nobody would be here, okay? So we need to be heard. And as far as widening the streets, I'm opposed to that too, because you're going to come in and take more of my property. I mean, how much are you going to come in and inconvenience me and take from me just because somebody else wants to fill their pockets with money? I oppose it. I'm against it. And I hope that you guys hear our voice and help us and serve us. It's just like the gentleman said, hey, you got a lot of crime, you got a lot of things going on. We don't need to bring in any more. Those are country settings. Those are what some of these people spoke. They go to retire there. That's what I did. There's a few handful of us. You guys talk about praising law enforcement. There's law enforcement people. That's their getaway from everything they deal with out here. And then that's their sanctuary. You don't need to saturate their sanctuaries with more people and more traffic. We need the peace and quiet. So please, help us out, and hear our voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dana Allison. I have just returned to the Porterville area and am residing on North Grand, west of Newcomb. I'm very concerned about the future of this semi-agricultural residential area. As I return to what is already a sad version of my formerly beautiful childhood home, Porterville, I see California being poorly managed. The proposed annexation is a bad idea. The roads are already terrible, but nobody is planning on improving the access roads, Linda Vista and Newcomb, certainly not the city. And this developer has suggested a green space will be included, but if you look at the proposal, it can be eliminated to allow for more houses for a fee. Climate change is a hot topic, yet when dollars are flashed, those concerns are thrown by the wayside. Agricultural lands are forsaken in exchange for short-term profits. Why would we need trees and green spaces, ranches and groves, when asphalt, concrete, and cramped housing can turn a buck? What good are groves and vineyards? Always keep in mind that the Central Valley feeds the world, and farming employs thousands of people in Porterville alone. The city of Porterville and its residents are in your hands. You have the ability to make well-informed and thoughtful decisions that will impact not only the city residents of today, but also future generations. You have a stake in this. You and your families are impacted by potentially careless development. The Porterville City Council is being used to line a few pockets. To my understanding, this development will increase the population of this area over 100%. This development will eliminate tracts of rich agricultural land for highly compacted, for-profit tract homes. This is the wrong decision for this area. This is not the vision the city leaders need to follow, allowing out-of-the-area developers to plunder and diminish our rich valley heritage agriculture. Certainly, housing is a need, and a clear, well-planned development would be wise. The eastern side of Porterville is underdeveloped. It's also not agricultural land. Utilizing empty areas such as the old drive-in, already within city limits, in a carefully planned and appropriate manner would better benefit the city and its residents. I don't like this plan one bit. I ask that you not annex this land. Please don't help a couple of people line their pockets. I urge you to reject this proposal. It is not right for Porterville. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Beverly Drake, and I live on North Grand. You heard from my husband a little while ago, and I have been out there for 47 years. I would like to respectfully ask that this proposal not be passed. It would impact my family and others in a very negative manner. I'm bringing up 3 reasons. Many have been talked about already, but I'll go over them anyway. Number 1, it would decrease the water level in our area, and I had to replace my well 3 years ago because of the water level going down. I'm in my 80s, and it was a high financial cost for me. The city, the county, nobody did anything for me. I did it, but I didn't decrease the water levels by myself, and that would happen again. 2, it would increase the exhaust fumes and air quality for us around that area from the increased traffic that it'll cause. North Grand is already used as a racetrack with many loss of pets and so far, not children, but Rose Street, which will also become a thoroughfare, has many families with small children in it, and the kids walk North Grand and Rose to go to school. So it's going to be a much bigger danger to them. My husband has COPD and breathing problems and already has a challenge with breathing. And this increased exhaust fumes and from the traffic increased because of this plan on Rose and North Grand would be harmful and also a danger. I'm a little nervous, but I'll get over it. I also fear that Rose Street, if it becomes thoroughfare all the way through, will also become another speedway, which is what we are out there. 3, it appears that there are 700 acres of land in town already voted for and passed for just this kind of housing and tracts, and just these kinds of projects, and it's not being utilized for what it was proposed for and voted for. I think this is referred to as underfill. Why is this project being brought to the county and annexing more county land when you have land in the city already appropriated for this type of thing? It's already been approved. I truly am concerned for the impact environmentally, health-wise, to our land, to our people, to our children, to have this come out there and be forced upon us. I appreciate your time in hearing me, and I truly hope that you vote this down, because it is a dangerous project for a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Juan Martinez, and I'm also a resident of Linda Vista here in Porterville. My property is located next to the proposed project you want to build, and I strongly oppose to it as the rest of my neighbors do. I am totally opposed to the rezoned RS2, which allows the build of up to 6 houses per acre. I am also opposed to the rezoning of the area. And for the reason for that is, since I have invested a good amount, as the rest of my neighbors have, in our finances on, for example, our wells, our septic tanks, being that we live out in the country, will the city reimburse any of us for any of this? Well, I think we all know the answer to that. So what does that say for each one of you individuals that are involved in this project? Are you genuinely caring for our well-being? And not only that, but if they rezone the area to RS2, is the city going to widen the road so that we don't have potential traffic problems? Also, the value on my property will depreciate were this to occur. So to those that are in the city council involved to this project, I would like to personally ask you, how would each one of you feel if the tables were reversed? Put yourselves in my position for a second so that you can understand where I'm coming from. With that being said, my family looked forward to living here under the same circumstances from when we first built our home. We had a plan and a vision for our family, and now it's being threatened. I don't have a problem with helping people when it's needed. However, we have not signed up for the charity of providing affordable housing. This is not our responsibility as residents of this neighborhood. Another fact I'd like to mention is that we have heard from city councils that the city of Porterville is not going to benefit from this project in any way. If that's the case, then why put me, my family, and the residents of my neighborhood through all this pain, anxiety, and suffering for something that has no benefit to the parties in question? I want to make it clear that I strongly oppose to this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Greg Gould. I live on West North Grand, just west of Newcomb. My property is not in the city of Porterville, but would certainly be impacted by decisions the city would make regarding this proposed housing development. I have owned the house for about 3 years. We purchased the home from the Sprague family, a longtime Porterville family. They had subdivided their family property to just over 1 acre family lots. We were pleased to have obtained a larger lot amongst the other larger lots that are in this mostly agricultural area. The house is on city water, and we have to be careful with our city water. The Central Valley remains in a constant state of drought awareness, and being conscientious about the water is the forefront of all residents' minds, and it should be among developers and certainly our Porterville City Council. I have previously contacted the city of Porterville regarding the existing speed limit on North Grand. This was our biggest surprise after we purchased the property, the traffic. Just after vehicles leave the four-way stop at North Grand and Newcomb, they increase their speed, racing past our house. This is very concerning as the intersection of Rose and North Grand lies right at our drive. We are always fearful of the residents on Rose who may be slowing to turn or who may be turning onto North Grand. With the Catholic Church just 2 lots away, we also have many pedestrians on the streets, and it is scary with the traffic racing through, not to mention our concern for our grandchildren and our pets. This area is not right for the kind of housing development that is proposed. This will increase the traffic and the water consumption in an area that is already a big concern. I would ask that the council carefully consider the impact on the residents and voters of this area. Sometimes city officials have to weigh a greater good versus a specific request by persons with vested interests. I am asking that at this time you weigh the greater good and balance and mix your development plans for the benefit and improvement of Porterville as a whole. You have many underutilized areas already within the city limits that you can develop. Your development plans should certainly consider the best use and proper application of proposals that are appropriate and fitting to all the residents and areas you serve. Please know that the people are watching, now more than ever, to what our government officials are doing, not just what they're saying. Please reconsider this development and its negative impact on our Northwest community. Non-local developers are only interested in making money at our small town expense. It's up to you, our city council, to ensure the best outcome for all Portervillians. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, council members, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Jamie Gould. My husband is Greg, who's just spoke. We live on West North Grand. I personally was born and raised in Porterville. This is my hometown. In 2017, my husband and I purchased a larger lot, just over an acre, on the northwest side of Porterville. We had sought out a more agricultural residence close to town versus a suburban tract home neighborhood. For us, the space and the room was important. We had found our home. We had previously lived in a rural county area, but this move brought us into town for the first time in over 20 years. We quickly had to come to terms with the water restrictions that come with being connected to city water. Our water use and habits have been modified and are always monitored. We have to consider each plant we plant. All home improvements are weighed against the water and financial impacts they will have. We purchased our home in a state of disarray. It was covered in weeds and very unsightly. Slowly, we have been able to make improvements, but since our purchase, our home has been a blur of flying traffic and dust. We can't plant our front yard due to the cost of watering, and we remain constantly concerned about all of the traffic and how fast they speed down North Grand. We just became aware, thanks to our neighbors on Rose Street and not via any notification from the city, of the proposed housing development for the area off Linda Vista and Newcomb. This proposed development seems extremely overly dense and not in alignment with the existing development of the area. It will drain existing groundwater stores and increase traffic without, to my understanding, any roadway improvements. This is not right for this area. The existing development here are all homes on 1+ acre lots with agricultural pursuits to varying degrees. I'm asking the City Council to consider how development, which is proposed by potentially out-of-the-area investors to capitalize on our vast agricultural expanse, will impact not only the city residents of Porterville, but also the impact on the Central Valley as a whole. There should be thoughtful concern given to the planning and development of our area without regard to profit, but in consideration of the big picture. Agriculture is the heart of the Central Valley. Reducing the available crop potential impacting our already sparse water supplies and stressing our already thinly spread infrastructure does not seem in the best interest of the city of Porterville, the county of Tulare, or the San Joaquin Valley. With other potential options available within the city of Porterville, please reject this ill-conceived project until a better plan can be proposed or developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you guys so much for listening tonight. My name is Paulette Blaylock, and I live at 1888 North Rose Street. And I've lived in that nice, quiet, little peaceful neighborhood for about 20 years now. And I'd like to express a few concerns that I have. I neither was notified about the subdivision coming in. Of course, I'm concerned that the value of our homes will decline. When I found this home, one of my reasons was I bought it right back in 2000, and it's going to be a part of my investment for my retirement. And so I'm a little concerned about the decline in the value of my home, but I'm also concerned about the traffic that everybody's talking about tonight. That I just can't imagine the traffic increasing on North Grand and Newcomb. It's pretty amazing. The other day I was driving on Newcomb to go see my grandchildren. They live there in the Chelsea Glen area, and I agree with a couple of the comments I heard tonight, how that when we pull off of Rose, you've really got to be extremely cautious to sit there and look both ways. I mean, just to make sure that nobody's speeding down. And on Newcomb the other day as I was there, this car, they must think the traffic, the mileage or speed limit must be 60, 70 miles an hour. I mean, just racing like it was Famosa Drag Strip. And I know that's not your problem, but gosh, when I pull off out of Chelsea Glen with my grandchildren, it's just, it's a crazy thing to think that even more traffic could come there. So I get very, very concerned about that with this project. I also, changing the subject a bit, received a notice a couple of weeks ago from the city that my watering schedule would soon be reduced again to one time a week. And so with everything else we have going on, I'd hate to see another crisis go on with the water. And so, of course, a new subdivision means more homes, more families, and that's going to require more water. So anyway, I just want to ask you guys to please consider these things, and I know you will. You've been so kind to us in Porterville. But my son-in-law is a fireman, and my nephew is a policeman, and not to mention all the others, but the police, the fire, the trash collection, all of these city services, we'll just be stretching them to add 50 or 60 more homes out there. So I hope that this builder, I know he's got to make money too, but I hope and pray that he will consider the other available properties here in Porterville that have been waiting for a few years to be developed, just waiting for somebody to come along, and hopefully they might consider them instead of us. I want to see our community grow. I'd love to see Porterville grow more, but I just am strongly opposed to this at this time and at that place for that many homes to be built on such a small place. So thank you guys so much for listening to us and giving us your attention. So if you'll consider that, and I just want to say blessings to all of you and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Angela Butler Rodriguez. I live on Linda Vista. In 1986, my family moved to the current house that we live on Linda Vista with 15 acres of land and a custom-built house. I was not very excited about living so far away from my friends that I grew up with. I was 14 years old and I had no neighbors or other kids to play with. I was miserable, hated being there, and couldn't wait to leave. But I couldn't leave or see myself in any other community. The nature that surrounds us, the birds, even the lizards and the bugs. I couldn't see myself without this beautiful country community. Hearing that a development is going to occupy my street and my community is the reason why we moved out of the general town and into the country. The aesthetics of the country, the space between neighbors, even though we know each other and we are allowed to have the space between each other. Why do I oppose this? I don't want my country feel to be ignited by an influx of people that may not be from our community. They may live in other cities and rent these houses to people. This is a problem. I have heard from others, if it's not mine, then why should I care about it? Well, I own my own land and my home. I like having agriculture around me. I like seeing the birds and the trees blossom. I believe a new housing development on Linda Vista or anywhere around that neighborhood would cause more traffic, noise, air pollution, as it is already unsafe on the streets. We've heard so much about traffic. But I realize that I am in the country, not in the city. I have witnessed accidents and buried many pets, and some tragic accidents have happened on my street. I don't want my country community to change. I'm not opposed to development because I wouldn't have all these wonderful people in my community. So I don't oppose parcels and sharing land, but it should be at a higher ratio. When they split their land, it should be like 1 acre or 2 acres. The amount of homes projected to go in is remarkable for the space that is available. I am fortunate to be able to have my grandmother. My grandmother was 104 years old, and I built a house for her on my property. And she lived her last days in paradise. I'm fortunate to have all my aunts and my loved ones around me. Keeping my family safe is first a priority. Many of my neighbors have lived in the same road, raising their children, and as for me, I'm raising mine. Unlike me and my kids love being in the country, they too need reassurance that their community is going to remain the same. So I say no. Please, listen to me, somebody who has lived there, somebody who has grown up, somebody who came back, went away and came back.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Hello. My name is Marcel Rodriguez, and I currently reside on Linda Vista, west of Newcomb. I'm opposed to annexation that's happening to provide this subdivision for many of the same reasons that my fellow neighbors have described, but mainly I think about my kids' future there because we have some land there, and our kids are inspired to go after career in agriculture, and I think that the annexation would only affect that current area, but it would trickle down into closer where we live, and ultimately change the future outcome for their future. So I'm strongly against it. Not only would it include diminishing our water in that area, increasing noise pollution, traffic, everything that's been mentioned here. I just want to voice my opinion of strongly being against the annexation of that subdivision.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make a side note. A lot of the expressions tonight are pretty similar to others. Is there any, you're more than welcome to come forward, but if you would like to add something different to what has already previously been said. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yesenia Montes. The one thing I'd like to add, I live on the Chelsea Glen area, and one of my hugest concerns is I do work outside of Porterville. I leave my house every day at 5 o'clock in the morning. My kids have to walk every single day to the bus stop. To me, that's a huge concern. I have an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 16-year-old. My 16-year-old, he's very smart, but at the same time, when he has to take care of 2 other children, and the amount of traffic that you're going to put in there is a big time concern to me. I can't change my hours at work. I can't tell them, hey, let me come in at this time. I have to provide for my family. I left Castle area, which became very congested when Lombardi came in. And then I even got robbed there. And I'm afraid that that's exactly what's going to happen in my area. So I understand everybody's concern, but my concern is my kids. The traffic, every time that I leave at 5 o'clock in the morning, there's people running that stop sign. Every time. And there's always accidents right there at the light poles. So please consider that when you make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Dawson Cox. I'm going to be reading a letter on behalf of my father, David Cox, who lives at 1990 North Rose Street. I find the proposed Orange Blossom subdivision not only to be a bad fit for the surrounding area, but it is in conflict with the Porterville General Plan. All of the properties to the north, west, and south are at a minimized zone of RA-43, requiring a lot size of at least 1 acre. The properties north of North Grand, from Newcomb to North Rose Street, were recently annexed into the city and now have a zoning of RS-1, which is very low density. However, the Newcomb to North Rose properties were also zoned RA-43 prior to annexation. To put this into perspective, there are 36 homes on Newcomb and North Rose that have been recently annexed that sit on 42.4 acres. The density of this area is 0.85 homes per gross acre. The proposed Orange Blossom subdivision will have a density of approximately 4.35 homes per gross acre. This proposal would create a neighborhood of at least 5 times more dense than the neighborhood to the south. This would be extending an RS-2 low-density neighborhood with 6 homes per gross acre maximum and placing a neighborhood that is zoned downtown mixed use with a maximum density of 30 units per gross acre. The only such zoning contrast in the entire city would be located between E Street and D Street, north of Olive Avenue, which is just a small strip of land which is near the center of town. From a planning standpoint, I don't understand how this makes any sense. Conflicts with the Porterville General Plan can be found on the following pages. Page 18, where it states, clearly defined urban edges reflect a commitment to focus future growth within the city in order to prevent urban sprawl. Side note, yet this project would extend a UDB and, excuse me, and create a dramatically more dense neighborhood on the city's boundary. Also on page 19 of the Porterville General Plan, the city's policy is to, quote, emphasize infill development, end quote, which is also stated explicitly in the guiding principle LU-G-8, and states that there are 1,580 acre of the vacant land with, quote, more than 700 acres classified and underutilized. Side note, yet this project actually creates an unnecessary need for infill with more than 12 acres to the immediate south. Page 19 also states, in recent years, the majority of the growth development, I'm just going to go through this real quick. You also have conflicts on page 19, 23, 24. And I'm just going to close in saying, on a personal note, that I grew up on North Rose Street. I go to Holy Cross Church. There is a huge population of people there that are walking back and forth, and the traffic is not safe. Increasing the number of homes that you place in this area would potentially create some major incidents that I would hate to see happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Doyle, and thank you for allowing us all to come and share our opinions tonight. I reside at 1728 North Cason Lane, just off of North Grand. I'm a lifetime Porterville resident, and we have lived in that location for 25 years. I would like to dovetail a little bit off the gentleman that just spoke and talk just briefly about a few things and the inconsistencies that I've seen with this particular project, the Citrus Blossom subdivision proposal or the Orange Blossom development, and how those are inconsistent with the current general plan. One has to do with zoning, obviously, which many people have already talked about tonight. That particular piece of property that is looked at for this project is currently zoned for 1 acre parcels. Myself and many other people in that area purchased property specifically because of that particular zoning. And so that is one. Just as the gentleman spoke before, in the 2030 general plan, Chapter 1 of that talks about compact, balanced, and equitable growth to prevent urban sprawl. Like the city would go forward with this project to prevent urban sprawl and prevent environmentally sensitive areas. And they promote policies to encourage infill development. In Chapter 2, on multiple pages, on page 19 and 20, there is a provision for equitable growth. And that should say that the new development should pay for its own way, so existing residents should not have to assume the cost of providing infrastructure or services to growth areas. It also talks about the underutilized infill development, which other folks have talked about tonight, the 700 acres currently already identified within city limits that can be classified, currently classified as underutilized. Also, the city in Chapter 2 talks about retaining agricultural open spaces, promoting the continued use of surface water to reduce the depletion of groundwater tables, to reduce urban sprawl, as we have said before, and safeguard ag land. Chapter 8 also talks about the steadily declining levels of groundwater and the future drilling of approximately 30 new wells by the city of Porterville in the next 10 years into 2030. So my question for the city council would be, first of all, first and foremost for the annexation, what provisions allow the city of Porterville or the city council to circumvent the zoning standards for the Orange Blossom development? That would be the first question. Currently, whether you annex a property or not, the zoning is what it is. The city manager has previously indicated that the general map must be modified due to changes of our city, and I would like to specifically know what those changes are. And then based on the general plan sections that we've all talked about here, how can this council substantiate the approval of this project while at the same time preventing urban sprawl, focusing on the underutilized infill areas, providing equitable outcomes to all the stakeholders, protecting our groundwater and our agriculture? So again, we'd appreciate the opportunity. I would highly encourage the council to vote no, or at least reconsider opening this particular subject back up for public comment.
Thank you very much.
On a slightly different subject, Brock Neely, address on record. Mr. Lawless, I've got some documents. What you're receiving is the returned ballots cast and counted as of close of business of October 19th. You'll notice that in the city limits of Porterville, 11% of the ballots mailed have been returned and counted. Our largest demographic registered voters is the 18 to 34-year-old age group. And you'll notice that they are underperforming greatly. These are the people that are going to have to live with these vote decisions the longest. Why they don't vote, I have no idea. So you need to encourage anybody that you know that's in that age group that have not voted to get their butts in and put their ballot in the boxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Sandra Moorhead, and my husband is Willie Moorhead, and we live at 1803B West Linda Vista Avenue. We have two homes, two separate parcels, in the same area. There is 3 homes in where I live on about 15 acres. We have some concerns about the proposed Orange Blossom subdivision. Our concerns, of course, are the roads that have been mentioned to accommodate the increase in traffic. We live right by the Frank Kern Canal. So our homes, this is something I feel wasn't addressed, our homes are literally right by it. We drive up a driveway, up on top, sets our mailboxes, and then there's a dip down on Linda Vista on both sides. It is already so dangerous as it is, just coming up, making sure nothing's coming either way. So our big concern is already that traffic that's going to come through there. What are they going to do? That canal is not even wide enough hardly to get 2 cars through. You get 2 big, nice trucks, somebody's got to slow down and to get the other one through. You're not coming through fast. So I have a huge concern with either traveling toward Westwood or traveling toward Newcomb of how that's going to happen, what's going to be accommodated for that. We are concerned that the proposed development will decrease our home values Due to the much higher density of home per acre, the City of Porterville Housing Element 2015-2023 Growth Management section, page 65 states, growth management, the Porterville 2030 General Plan guides sustainable physical and economic growth while conserving resources. The plan seeks to establish a well-defined, compact urban form as clearly defined upon edges, reflect the commitment to focus future growth within the city in order to prevent urban sprawl and protect the environment areas. In the city, if the city continues to build wells for community, those of us who live off personal wells will lose our water supply. We don't just need to think about our future developments, we need to protect and preserve the continuity of the homes and surrounding environments.
Please summarize.
Along with, well, we just need to protect around, all of the development of how everything's coming in. And we have, I'm so sorry, I have post-trauma stress, so it's real hard. This was hard on me as it
That's
is.
okay.
We have mountains, beautiful, everything that we get. I mean, when I open my front door, I see the view of mountains and stuff. What is it gonna be like? Am I gonna see house roofing tops and stuff like that?
Thank you very much.
Anyways, but my main concern was, I feel like nobody did bring up the Frank Kern Canal issue for us that live on Linda Vista. And that is a huge concern right there. It's scary, as it is.
Thank you.
Dustin Maddox, 2199 West Linda Vista. You're voting tonight regarding the Citrus Blossom Subdivision, a project to which I am one of many residents staunchly opposed. Numerous objections to this proposed subdivision have been expressed both tonight and at the public hearing 2 weeks ago. All are variations of the single theme, that this project is ill-advised, unnecessary, and detrimental to the quality of life and the citizens of the city. A single rebuttal has been offered by the city staff, that Porterville needs houses. We have a quota to fill mandated by the state and distributed to us by Tulare County. Against that, the staff tells us all other considerations are secondary. In fact, the destruction of farmland for a housing development is a direct violation of the city's 2030 general plan, which alone is grounds for denial of the project under Chapter 400 of the Municipal Code. Yet the staff cited our RHNA quota specifically as an overriding concern. However, this project does nothing, literally nothing, to help us meet that quota. According to the text of the latest housing element of the 2030 general plan, any land allocation designated RR, RS1, or RS2 is defined as above moderate income housing. This project proposes 50 such sites. Our RHNA target is 1,431 units of this type. Page 75 of the housing element, which is concerned with the city's land inventory, states that within our current urban development boundary, there is adequate land for 5,154 new above moderate income homes. As is, we can more than triple our RHNA requirement without annexation or an urban boundary development amendment. Furthermore, page 48 of that same document states that the intention of the 2030 general plan and the housing element specifically is to curb growth to the north and west of the city and promote future growth and infill development to the east. The entire purpose of the urban development boundary is to decide where the city stops and encourage compact, concentrated development of the city's heart. It is created to prevent urban sprawl, and it is entirely useless if it is the city's policy to amend the boundary anytime someone wants to build outside of it. Finally, and most importantly, Assembly Bill 725 contains language which closed the very loophole the opponents of this project are trying to exploit. AB 725 was passed into law in September and references a clause directing counties to reallocate RHNA quotas to local jurisdictions whenever land is ceded or annexed. Any acreage added to the city's urban development boundary comes with a corresponding increase in our share of Tulare County's total RHNA quota. The best case scenario is that we break even. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an unpopular project. There are many people here tonight, and many, many more watching online, who are opposed to this development. We are not angry homeowners who don't want more houses in our neighborhood. We are not representative of an ignorant public who doesn't know what's good for them. We have done our homework, we have researched this project, and we have done our utmost to convey to you that this project is flawed and inappropriate for this community. It is a poorly conceived cash grab by greedy real estate speculators, and it has inspired a passionate effort to block its approval. That passion will not abate next week when the polls open, nor 2 years from now when the project is in full construction and the remaining seats on this council are up for re-election. I urge you to be aware that a vote in favor of this project is a vote in direct defiance of public opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Justin Frola, and I'm going to finish reading the letter from David Cox. On page 19 in the Urban Development Plan, it says, in recent years, the majority of the growth and development has occurred in the northwest of the city. This plan recenters the city on downtown by promoting growth in the eastern portions of the planning area. This is inconsistent with the proposed project. On page 23, Guiding Principle LUG4 says, provide transitions between types and intensities of land use using high-quality urban design and greenway buffers. Again, this is inconsistent with the city plan. Page 24, Guiding Principle LUI5 says to require contiguous development within the UDB unless it can be demonstrated that development of property which is contiguous to urban development is unavailable. I think it's been sufficiently established that there's land available. The city desires to prevent leapfrogging development, where development skips over available land to outline and isolated areas. That's exactly what this is doing. Contiguous development will reduce sprawl, safeguard agricultural land, and reduce the cost of existing services. This project extends the UDB, leapfrogs existing homes with an incredibly more dense neighborhood, invites urban sprawl, actually removes existing agriculture, and does nothing to reduce the cost of extending services. In the land use chapter of the Porterville General Plan, the words efficient and infill are used 12 times across 28 pages. This project accomplishes neither. When you determine your vote on the Orange Blossom subdivision, please take into account that the people you represent don't want it, general urban planning guidelines don't want it, and even the Porterville General Plan doesn't want it. While this project may seem like an accomplishment, I would like to leave you with the words of the legendary basketball coach, John Wooden. Never mistake activity for achievement. I respectfully ask that you vote no on the Orange Blossom subdivision. And I would just like to add that I think the ambiguities with the park are really troubling. It was stated last meeting that there would be a filled out park there, but it seems pretty clear that they could just pay a fee. And kids will be crossing back and forth from Chelsea Glen too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council. Some of you may not remember me, and because I'm wearing a mask, but in December of 2018, I stood before this council on behalf of AgriCare, our family farm management company, and was presented with the Outstanding Organization Award. AgriCare was honored to receive this award for our dedication to giving back to our great community by hosting blood drives, working at local food banks to distribute food, donating 120 plus Thanksgiving meals to families in need in our community, working with the Angel Tree program to help make Christmas special for children of inmates, our annual scholarship program, and so much more. I care deeply about the health and vitality of our city, not only from the business aspect, but as a resident as well. Tonight, I stand before you, a concerned citizen, and would like to talk briefly about these concerns on the Citrus Blossom Subdivision project. First off, let's talk about water. Porterville made national news a few years ago as the California town with no water. There was a documentary on Netflix. And there has been a scramble since to make sure we're providing water for all of the residences whose wells ran dry during that drought. When asked in the last council meeting whether this new 50-home subdivision project would use more water than the current 11.5 acres of citrus, the answer given was no. However, I work in ag. This is the stuff I live every single day. So I sat down with my agronomist this week and we did the calculations. According to our calculations, this would only be true if each of these 50 homes has 3 residents or less. Otherwise, the water usage of the homes would far outweigh the farmland. But none of that matters at this point because the proposed subdivision of 50 homes would be a 100% increase of water strain on the city of Porterville because the current land is on a private well and the homes would be connected by city water. In doing some of my research, as others have, for tonight, I reviewed the Porterville 2030 general plan to understand where the vision of our town is going. And now I'm wondering if the plan or the needs of our city have changed, because in one part of the written plan, section LUG2, it talks about wanting to continue to revitalize our community and keep the downtown as the heart of the city, and that we need to slow growth in the northwest and put our focus and energy towards the eastern portion of the city to keep the downtown centralized. I'm excited about this prospect, because I think our downtown is unique and charming. The Citrus Blossom Project doesn't support that part of the plan. Within the city limits, there are currently over 700 underutilized acres. Right now, there are a dozen subdivisions with over 1,450 home sites that have already been approved to be built within the city limits, all of which help the city meet its plan of growth. In reviewing the 2030 general plan, LUI5, I also found that it states we need to infill within city limits before expanding our boundaries. Yet the Citrus Blossom Project is wanting to annex county land and convert 11.5 acres of citrus to subdivision homes. This goes against the plan. Many questions and concerns have been raised on this project, especially by those who live near where the project is proposed to be built. Please, please, take our concerns seriously and understand that we're here tonight because we care. We care about Porterville. We care about the growth of our town. We care about the quality of life for all of our residents. And perhaps most of all, we care about the sustainability and longevity of Porterville and the surrounding land. If you will not vote no on the Citrus Blossom Project, at least vote yes to open the discussion for public comment so you can hear from more of the residents on this project who will directly be impacted now that they've been properly notified. And please appreciate the fact that enough of us care to come and talk to you and take our time tonight and to send you letters. Just please appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Camila Garcia. I live in 1711 Linda Vista. Looks like that we're the newest resident there. We moved there because we want a piece of land, and then to find out that there'll be 50 houses will be built in an 11-acre, and it's just so sad that we moved there to be followed by the same that we left when we live in the city of Porterville. So all my concerns have already been mentioned earlier. All I want to ask you is say no to this proposal because a lot of life is being impacted by this proposal that's so incredibly different that you can put those number of people in a little piece of agricultural land. So please vote no and thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Ray Garcia. And as you heard all the speakers before me, they have said everything that you're supposed to hear. So I left with a lot of questions regarding this project. I live in 1711 in Linda Vista, and we didn't get any notice that we have public hearing. We live about 200 feet away from the proposed project. I asked my neighbor, and he didn't even receive the letter. That's the first question. Why didn't you give us a letter to notify us in advance for the public hearing? My second question is, you know, if you go to the road, go to Highway 65, I live in Linda Vista for 5 years. I've seen a lot of death and destruction and accident in that area. What the city of Porterville has done, none for the last 5 years. Now we're building another tract of land, adding more people to the corner of Newcomb and Linda Vista. So we will be adding more accident. We will see more death in the years to come. Now, second question. Porterville has problem with water. Now, if we're going to put more houses on the tract of land, then where are we going to get the resources for the water? We're trying to destroy properties. We're trying to destroy agricultural land just to accommodate housing when we have a lot of already being, say, approved for urban development for housing. Why in the rush that we're trying to annex this land or trying to convert or rezone this land? That's a question. Now, when I was doing my training back in LA, every time I go to the hospital, I see the sign before the hospital. It's I would say, by the church. And it was a 4-week test. And it was a rotary. And first, on the rotary said, is it the truth? Is it fair? Is it beneficial? And bring goodwill to all concerned. Now, is this project beneficial to all concerned? Is this fair? And is the truth? Then, when I didn't receive the letter, it seems to me that you're hiding the truth from us. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you know, we purchased the property to live there. This is our dream house, and this is our retirement. I moved from LA to avoid congestion and traffic and pollution. Now you're bringing back to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Nick Wong. I live at 1954 North Rose. I've recently learned that an out-of-town developer would like to remove 11 acres of oranges and build a subdivision on Newcomb and Linda Vista. I, as well as everyone else who lives on Rose Street, was never officially notified. I understand that it was a 300-foot distance of people who were notified, but I do believe that everyone on Rose Street would get affected the most if you're trying to run a street all the way through back to North Grand. So as a neighboring resident on North Rose Street, I strongly oppose this new Citrus Blossom subdivision. Our entire subdivision on North Rose Street is approximately 22 acres, and there's only 18 homes. We all moved to that neighborhood to enjoy a comfortable, quiet environment to live away from the crowded subdivisions within the city limits. While I appreciate the city's desire to increase the number of residents, disrupting our community by constructing and eventually connecting an out-of-place, higher-density development is not the way to go about this. I strongly urge the City Council to deny this application and develop one of the many previously approved subdivisions that are already within the city's urban development area, where they will already have direct access to city utilities. I have a lot of other concerns regarding traffic studies and property values of existing residents and all the water for all the farmers and everyone else who's on a well. I know you've all heard it before. I don't want to waste your time going into detail, but I do urge the council to do the research and determine if this Citrus Blossom subdivision is in fact the best course of action for the city, as well as for the rural residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Good evening. Thank you very much for listening to us. My name is Massey Masakian. I live at 1811 North Grand Avenue. I'm not having anything new. I mean, I sat here and listened to everybody speak today. I don't waste anybody's time. But I'm just wanted to sit here, I wasn't going to not say anything, so I wanted to at least echo the sentiments of all the residents and citizens that went before me. Thank you very much for your time tonight and listening to us, and I do hope that you reconsider this project, as I don't believe, as they don't either, that it's in the best interest of our community.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Darrell Lee. I live on 1908 North Rose Street. I've lived in this home for 5 years. I could have bought a house in Springville or Exeter, but I chose to stay in Porterville. My main concern with the Citrus Bloom subdivision is the future development is in the land to the south. It's safety. Newcomb isn't set up to handle traffic from an additional 50 to a possible 100 houses. That's potentially 100 to 200 cars and many more kids walking or riding their bikes to school. The city's answer to this problem would be to connect Rose to the Citrus Bloom project. Our now safe, quiet street of Rose has 18 houses, will be connected to 100 plus. I can hear cars racing up and down Newcomb from my backyard. If this goes through, I will be able to hear cars or watch them racing down the street from my front yard. I've taught PE and coached in Porterville for 24 years. That's roughly 7,500 students and student athletes. I've seen them do great things. It's fun to watch them be adults. Even some have spoken here tonight. Unfortunately, I lost a former student Saturday night who will never get to be an adult. If this passes and we lose another kid on Newcomb or Rose, will you be able to sleep at night because you've met your quota? Please do not approve Citrus Bloom. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm speaking this on behalf of Lin Gong, 1932 North Rose Street. Tonight's staff report for the Orange Blossom subdivision states that since the adoption of the general plan, development patterns and needs have changed. As such, staff is in the process of initiating traffic studies. 2 weeks ago, the community development manager addressed residents' concerns about Rose Street connectivity by stating that the city is requiring options to be kept open when the properties to the south of Orange Blossom were developed, quote, if ever, end quote. The sentiment was that the residents of Rose Street were jumping to conclusions because any such connection was far off. The council was told that, quote, change is hard, end quote, in reference to the concerned citizens. However, when reading the recent article in the Porterville Recorder and the staff report for tonight's meeting, it seems that Rose Street is much more of a subject than we were led to believe. The eventual connection of Rose Street would, quote, ensure that Rose Street and Linda Vista Avenue would carry a majority of the traffic flowing in and out of the subdivision, end quote. Adding 50 homes to the corner of Linda Vista and Newcomb is a 60% increase in traffic when compared to the homes that are already in Chelsea Glen. If the UDB is amended to include the properties to the immediate south, then that could eventually add another 60-plus homes to that area. Those of us who live in this community understand how dangerous Newcomb can be, as it is a two-lane road with no room for expansion. We also know that North Grand isn't the easiest road to enter without the benefit of the all-way stop on the corner of Newcomb and North Grand. How does this make sense? Are we led to believe that Rose Street is going to be used to alleviate stress on Newcomb that would be created by the Orange Blossom subdivision? Would we even know, since there hasn't been a traffic study done in the area? Regardless of whether residents use Newcomb or Rose Street for their southbound travel, the end result would be more traffic on North Grand, which poses its own set of issues. Have the potential problems that this subdivision may cause actually been researched, or are we looking for an example of putting in a subdivision and then doing the research on how to fix the problems that it creates? The staff report also states that, quote, it is important, however, in order to comply with the city's general plan, development standards, and the fire code, to provide multiple points of connectivity, end quote. If this is so important, why would the city ever approve a subdivision containing a cul-de-sac? It seems as though this project is requiring one to make a number of logical leaps in order to find the sense of it. Please vote no on the Orange Blossom subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to add something different to than what's already been said?
Hello, my name is Jacinto Leiva. I live in 1818 North Rose. This letter is in opposition of the Orange Blossom subdivision. Any development should enhance and complement the surrounding area. This project does neither. My neighborhood recently had a meeting with residents from Chelsea Glen, Newcomb, Linda Vista, and North Rose and North Grand to voice concerns. The community is unanimously against this subdivision. It seems that this project is being pushed out of fear of missing a quota. I would ask you to double-check your sources and information you had been given. I'm not against development. I'm for development. It just has to be done correctly. I would ask that you deliberate very thoughtfully about all the concerns that have been or will be voiced, and recognize that your vote impacts people you represent. Your time is very valuable, and if you haven't had the opportunity to truly research the answers to the question posed, it is imperative that you vote no on this project. Voting to approve this project is a vote for an out-of-town developer who stands to make a bundle by packing as many houses as possible in 11.5 acres without having to live with a community that is most affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Crescencio Mena. ¿Hay alguien que hable español aquí?
Do you have an interpreter? Is there an interpreter available? Okay. Thank you.
Yo vivo en el 2023 North Newcomb, Portsville. Mi propiedad son 5 acres, que es donde llega la calle Ross. Allí tendrían que partir mi pedazo para poder hacer la calle hasta donde tienen el proyecto de hacer las casas, la cual no estoy yo conforme con que vayan a partir el terreno mío.
Okay, he lives on Yukon, and he owns a strip of land. He owns 5 acres of land that is next to the orchard where the development is going to take place. And well, he is not agreeing with this project either.
Pues es todo, que no estamos de acuerdo en que hagan ese proyecto.
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
in accord with this project.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Cox, and I live at 1990 North Rose Street. And I just am going to share a couple concerns with you tonight. I know there's a lot of talk about the RENA quota. We are not against development anywhere in our area, but I do know that the majority of the RENA quota housing is intended for the above moderate income level, and those earning $49,500 a year. The Orange Blossom subdivision would clearly be created for the above moderate income level homeowner. The city's RENA quota for this group is approximately 1,431 units. Below, I have a list of housing developments that have been approved since 2004. Most of these subdivisions have not yet started construction, and I'll gladly hand it over to you when I'm complete if you'd like. These subdivisions range from 2.72 to 5.33 homes per gross acre, which fall within the RS2 designation of the proposed Orange Blossom subdivision. According to this data, the City of Porterville has already approved the construction of 1,486 units, most of which have yet to be built. The number of approved homes already exceeds the city's RENA quota for the homes intended for above the moderate income. So instead of amending the UDB, extending city limits, and removing 11.5 acres of agriculture, why doesn't the city incentivize the completion of an already approved subdivision? And I am going to say I did contact the city council office, and I was told that other people could be read for. I do have their letters to submit because we had other people reading on behalf of them. We thought each person would have 3 minutes, even the red letters. I personally have driven around and put mail in mailboxes because none of us were notified. I know it says we were. 1991 wasn't. I wasn't. The Garcias weren't. Mr. Juan wasn't. Mr. Mena, who was speaking Spanish at the end, he received no notification. He found out 2 hours ago this was happening. His property would have to have a road go through it for Rose Street to alleviate anything, let alone to put more traffic on North Grand is not going to fix the problem for Newcomb or Linda Vista. I implore you to vote no for this subdivision. We're not against development. We're against development of this kind in this area. I hope that you'll accept these letters, and I hope that you'll really reconsider what's happening in the community. Many of us moved out there away from our subdivisions so we could have more space. I know that also the cul-de-sacs was something that came up and having dangerous places for our firefighters. None of us want that. There was a fire behind my grandmother's house, at the property behind my grandmother's house years ago. Everyone has sprawling yards, and then we can open our gates, fire trucks can go right through. Honestly, fire trucks need to, they could just run through. We have such big lots, there's plenty of room. We're not asking you to stop development. We're not asking you to stop subdivisions. We're asking you to really look at the heart of the city, keep that focus in the downtown portion. Keep our development going with that 2030 plan that we spent so much time working on, and keep our center of town, the actual center of town. Stop that urban sprawl, stop that leapfrogging, and focus on what's important, which is our community, keeping things local and close and walkable for our community. Thank you for your time, and I hope you accept these letters.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed evening, and we're going to leave you alone now. That was the Orange Blossom group.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your patience.
I wonder if there was any other people that were out there with regard to, other than that. Did we have any other people that wanted to speak?
On something other than the citrus
Other
blossom.
than the citrus? Well,
I just want to make sure we get any other
okay. We will move on.
Ma'am, the mayor.
Oh, pardon me?
I need a break.
Well, we still have more, or,
We have more, I apologize,
Can I ask a question?
yeah.
How many written communications do we have on citrus blossom aside from what was already spoken? And are there anybody that's already spoken? Let's figure that out first.
Yeah.
so I believe there are 4 written communications in addition to, and then there are 2 that are not. I have 2 written oral comments that are not related to.
That, okay, so we need to make sure those get in. And then on the ones that are the 4 that you have that are related to citrus, are they new people?
I believe so.
Okay, let's read
that-
the oral.
And then what's the length of?
I can't.
Sorry.
We're having, because I think some of them also were submitted just now.
Okay.
So there's duplicity that's happening. There's written communications coming in.
Can I suggest
addition
we do
to-
this? We can add the rest of the citrus blossom comments into a written record that we append to this so that they don't have to be read out loud. I think you guys have heard extensive testimony
Okay.
during oral communications concerning that matter. We'll make sure they are included as part of the minutes that they're appended.
Thank you.
That meets with everybody's, so that way you guys can proceed with the business tonight.
Thank you. Council, you're in agreement with that? Does anybody have an issue?
I would like to see the 2 other ones that are not part of
Right.
the.
That's what she's making, that's what she wants, yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, sounds good.
The
That's-
2 that
That's your
are,
understanding as well, right?
Yeah, so we won't, for the email communication part, there's one Patty Diaz, that was the only one that isn't.
Isn't a crossover? Okay. So we do have one that's original that isn't a crossover from other comments.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's do that. We can
Okay.
read that one and then the 2 that are unrelated.
okay.
Okay.
Trying to get you guys to get
I understand, and thank you,
So there- so
thank you
just-
for
there's just
catching
one?
the oral communications.
Well, and then this one as well. So that there will actually be 2 other comments that haven't been.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I'll be reading a total of 4.
All right.
All right, so the first is from Tana Davidson.
council members, leave the plywood off of the old 65 alone. If you don't want to clean up the wood and trash at the river, you have no right to tell the Villa Gomez family what they can and can't do with their plywood. You already laid it down. They already laid it down for you. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Fix our roads, fix our schools, fix our parks, fix the sports complex, give our children things to do within the city. Our children can't even bike to the complex because it's so far, there's no lighting, and it's extremely dangerous. Keep the drug criminals, thieves, and sex offenders off our streets so our children can be safe. Clean up the homeless encampments, fix the garbage and broken furniture that lies all over the city limits. Get our children back in school in a proper learning environment. You council members are the nuisance of our town. You should be fined $500 a day for your negligence to the people of Porterville. Next is from Don Brooks. Good afternoon. I'd like to know what constitutes a nuisance in regards to the Trump 2020 sign outside of Porterville. It's on private property and is not a standing structure. What is a nuisance is all the homeless camps in town. How about the elected representative does their job and work for Porterville? Sincerely, a voter, Don Brooks. Next is from Regina Maddox. My name is Regina Maddox, and I have grown up at 2199 Linda Vista Avenue, as have my kids and my mother, 4 generations on the same land. I just need to say I'm opposed to this development project. Thank you for your time, Regina Maddox, local resident. And then, and I apologize, this is going to be another subject matter yet again. Good evening, my name is Patricia Torres. Last month during the council meeting, there was a gentleman that expressed his concerns about our homeless population and if whether or not the city has been involved as far as direct contacting and attempting to build actual relationships with our homeless population. I'd like to clarify that in fact the city of Porterville has always been well involved for many years. I would like to thank our city mayor for always representing our concerns regarding homelessness and advocating strongly to bring in resources. I personally have witnessed her dedication, passion, and attendance at our county's homeless task force and many other meetings and representation of Porterville. We have amazing organizations such as Kingsview, Central California Crisis Center, Operation Lend a Hand, our new Welcome Center, the City of Porterville PAC, Helping Hands, etc. They are going above and beyond. Over the past 8 years, we have had the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance that has been directly involved and has collected data known as Point in Time. Through the City of Porterville, along with the Project Homeless Committee, now known as Link Committee, we have hosted several events with the city being chair for all of those years. I want this gentleman to perhaps attempt to meet some of those passionate individuals and organizations to better understand that Porterville is well involved in creating impacts. Everyone is welcome, and let us all work together to continue to make a difference. Once again, thank you, City of Porterville, for all that you do to help our homeless population. Kind regards, Patricia Torres, Porterville resident.
Thank you very much. All right, council member asked for a break. It is 8:21, and it will be 10 minutes from now. Thank you. 10-minute break. Uh-oh, I turned this off again. It is 8:32. I'm calling the meeting back to order, and we will go into the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. City Commission and committee meetings. Parks and Leisure Services Commission, no report. Library and Literacy Commission, there is no report. Arts Commission, no report. Animal Control Commission, no report. Youth Commission, nothing to report. Talk, Transactions and Use Tax Oversight Committee.
Well, Chair Bilyeu was, was ready to report, but had to leave for personal accommodations. So he will, next time reporting is allowed, he will be here to provide a report.
We will carry that one over.
Yep.
AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. Number 1 was removed because it's a Citizens Advisory Committee, and none of us would be in attendance to that one. The second one would be Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO. The meeting was held on October the 7th via teleconference. City manager and I participated. Approval were the June 3rd, 2020 minutes. No public comments. The items of action, the designation of LAFCO appointee to the Tulare County Association of Governments Roundtable. TCAG is beginning the development of the 2022 Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Strategies Communities. Commissioner Allen participated as LAFCO's representative as the SES Roundtable for the development of the 2018 and the 2014 RPT SES. Commissioner Allen, Julie Allen volunteered, and that passed unanimously. Cancellation of the November 4th, 2020 meeting. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on December 2nd. The third item was an informational item for the Yedem and Seville update. Mr. Ross Miller provided an update. It was a success story. The design was completed in 2018 by the Provost and Pritchard Consulting Group. In phase 1, it was to construct the replacement water system in Seville, including the distribution tank. Potable service was restored in May 2020. The notice of completion, August 2020. Phase 2 was to construct an interconnect between Yedem and Seville and construct a new well in Yedem. Then came the grant funding application process. The construction is to begin in 2021, 2022. It was a brief overview that it was owned and operated by the county, constructed in 1994, zone of benefit, connections 65, with 2 well sites, etc. The county operating as a court-appointed receiver since 2009. The previous system was failing. November of 2018, the voters approved the community service district formation. The new water rates were set by the county. In June of 2020, the county and Yedem Seville entered into the MOU for the transfer of the system. September 2020, Yedem Seville Community Service District took the ownership of the water systems and began operations. And that concludes that report. The League of Cities virtual conference was from October 7th through October the 9th. I registered and I attended 2 days of the 3-day session. On October the 7th, the session I attended was Resetting Your Community Post-COVID. This was a 2-part session. The first session was presented by a retired city manager, Patrick Ibarra of the Mejorando Group, and spoke of future factors for city councils and city manager. He spoke of local governments adapting and exploring the unknown, stated that none of us have a crystal ball, to looking at models, know-it-all mindset to a learn-it-all mindset. This session brought good foresight, from predictability to progress and creativity. And then he said that there were mistakes to happen. He said there are bound to be mistakes through social engineering. He highlighted the social media, local government, and he talked about reframing the future of the organization, emerging model of government, and to focus on core services, the ever-learning employees, authentic civic engagement, demonstrating values, shared services, changes in the workforce, and the integration of technology into service delivery, non-governmental solution, new compensation approach. In the adaptations for community building, he spoke of social media such as city government, official social media pages, city services and programs, city community partners, nonprofits, boards and commissions, public processes, customer service, and customer experience. For future planning, he just said we were provided a simplistic list from an old mindset to a modern mindset. He put an emphasis on cost versus value, and in conclusion, he just simply stated, and I'm quoting him, to succeed by choice and not by chance. The second part of the session was presented by Ann Ambrose, Director of Administrative Services for the City of Palmdale. It was entitled, Shift Happens, Leading in the New Normal. This session affirmed that the City of Porterville staff was already doing internally what they needed to do to face the challenges of COVID. On October the 8th, I attended the legislative update on housing and land use. On this session, there were some technology and document compatibility problems. However, I was able to stay through the first session, which was an emphasis on housing and legislative use update. And it was presented by a Lauren Langer from Best and Krieger Attorneys at Law. It was What's Changing in Housing, ADU Expansions, Housing Crisis Act, known as Senate Bill 330, etc. It talked about the legislative perspective, statewide housing crisis, and local regulations, and where the state was in 2018, and statewide an estimated 180,000 additional homes annually to keep up with the population growth. And of course, that the governor had called for 3.5 million new homes to be built over the next 7 years. Reference in this session was also made to the accessory dwelling units, reference to Assembly Bill 881, as well as reference to Assembly Bill 69. Though the emphasis was focused on legislation, I recognized through the information that was distributed and handed out that the economic development and planning staff for the city, they were adhering to their compliance with the development standards, what they must provide, and with the continued housing elements updates. And I'm going to stop right there because the next focus was on the strict enforcement of housing laws and an emphasis on Assembly Bill 101 with regard to judicial enforcement and access to funding. And I'm going to look over at our city manager and staff for the diligence that you stay on task with all of these processes. Just attending this session opened my eyes even larger to what it is that you're doing and what you're presenting. The last session I attended was, I think, the highlight, was social media and government. With the rules of engagement on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, Zoom, etc. This session was healthy to reiterate what we as officials can and cannot do. It all depends on how you have your social media account set up. This applies to all elected officials, including the hospital districts, the school districts, and anybody who has elected. And it emphasizes that a personal account is not a public forum unless it is changed depending on its use. It spoke of having 2 accounts, a personal one and one if you share public information, and emphasis on if you're doing any sharing of public information on an account that you campaigned with and you started using it as an official page for city governance, that page should be linked to a city government page. It highlighted the do's and the don'ts with the rules. It also emphasized for the city, on the city official page, that the person that is using and posting on the city as a city administrator has all the permissions to post, but to make certain that the employee knows how to use the platforms and what the social media policies are. It was very beneficial to be on these conferences, and thank you. I don't know if others did attend, but I do know that in the delegation process of that evening, there were a lot of technical difficulties. Please.
Well,
Mayor.
I registered to be the voting delegate, and they took up a resolution to amend part of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996, which would require social media companies to remove materials which would promote criminal activities. So in registering for that and then awaiting the connection, they had technical difficulties. So I wasn't able to actually get on and vote. It was recommended for approval, and I did also receive a few days later an apology for the technical difficulties. So hopefully in the future they'll have a greater understanding of the number of folks on and the bandwidth and capacity that's needed to do it, and also maybe even integrate partially this into a regular the regular sessions that they have. But they did send me an email apologizing for not having the connectivity.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the City Council Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. There was two meetings, one on the 8th and one on the 12th of the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, both concerning the questions and the process of the selection for the licensees that will be awarded at a future date. Both of those meetings took into account fairness and transparency as their chief concern and development of those questions, and the process that will be all very apparent in the next couple of days, as well as the following at the following meeting where the results will be also apparent. Councilmember Peñalosa was there as well as staff, and I just wanted to say that it was I wanted to thank all the staff that participated in that and putting a lot of information together, as well as the mental energy it took to develop the questions and trying to make it as fair and as transparent of a process as possible. And I don't know if Councilmember Peñalosa has anything he wants to add.
Yeah, thank you. I would. I just want to mention that I wasn't able to participate on the October 8th meeting, but I did participate on the October 12th one. And I appreciate, once again, what Vice Mayor mentioned. I want to appreciate Vice Mayor's time as well and dedication to not just this committee, but to others. But and in addition to that, his questions and his insight, as well as staff. You know, we're around the stretch mark for this to come to a finalization, and it's been an intense ride with COVID and the third-party review and everything in between that's happened. And so look forward to seeing how this comes out. But bottom line is I appreciate the Vice Mayor's commitment to transparency and accountability as well, and through this whole process. And I think transparency is a big one for us. And I think we're on the same page as that, making sure that this is as transparent as it can be. I know I've heard of other cities that are not as transparent as we are, but that's our focal point during this whole process. And I think that's really critical when it comes to the decision-making of who we're going to choose. But yeah, the time that the staff dedicated and have been dedicating, including the city attorney, through this whole process, much appreciated, and look forward to our meeting on Thursday to have the oral interviews. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've added one, which is the Water Commission. We met on Monday, October the 12th. The minutes of the July 13th meeting were unanimously approved. There were no public comments. The rest of the meeting was informational. Mr. Ross Miller, RMA, provided a brief status report with regard to the Tulare County flood preparations. He stated he wished he had more to share. However, he provided us with the flood duties of the county with highlights of the flood insurance program, federal programs for flood insurance with regard to properties. He stated that the county was the flood control district doing projects in the unincorporated areas and the cities. The 2020 water year, with regard to the reservoir storage, he said it was above average. The main concern is with the aftermath of the Sequoia fire and the watershed. He said that he mentioned that hazard potentials with concern with the Tulare River watershed in Springville, Lake Success, Ash, and other runoffs. He said that sensors were being placed on bridges to check the debris, that was an evolving task. They are partnering with the Weather Service, and then they will be doing manual checks for public infrastructure with regard to rain and snow, the forecasting of the possible mud flows, working on debris cleanup, and the identification of potential locations on the Tule River side. That those were some of the water year lookouts. And on the legislative update, Assembly Bill 3256, companion to Senate Bill 45, it did not make it to the governor's desk. Senate Bill 974 with the CEQA exemption did go through. Senate Bill 559 was vetoed. Strong message that it should be a statewide package. There were no significant updates with the Tulare Kern Act 2 program nor the Sigma implementation. The next meeting is scheduled for November the 9th. We'll now go on to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Vice Mayor Reyes.
Actually, we have the COVID-19 ad hoc committee also from the 12th. So I'll lead into that, and then Councilmember Garola was also on that, and then I'll go into the air district.
Okay.
So the COVID-19 ad hoc committee met on the 12th. Primarily, we met to discuss temporary outdoor dining permits for Morisco's, El Maguey, RJ's Cafe, and El Nuevo Mexicali 2. Different locations, different situations, but all concerning the proper use of barriers, especially considering that there have been some examples of unsafe setups in other communities, and every effort was made to utilize the resources that staff had the forethought to acquire and to set them up in the safest way possible for each of the varying situations these restaurants had. Spacing was also a concern, and I did want to mention that I saw at RJ's Cafe that that was one of the ones that we had talked about. That was a little bit of a different setup. They had already been in operation. When we talked about the usage of the barriers, and I'm sure anyone here or those listening that drive by, you definitely get a sense of the safety that is provided for the dining experience there. It's unmistakable, the orange barriers there, so it's definitely visible. But I would say that if I were to be sitting there, I'd definitely feel a little bit safer. And not just that, but even prior to the barriers being there, it wasn't the most obviously dangerous situation, but once you look at traffic patterns, once you look at the possibility for there to be something that happens, and you take it into account, and then once you realize the barriers there visually, it does make for a very effective usage of that equipment. So I want to thank the staff for acquiring that, suggesting that, and also the council for being able to provide that for restaurants in the community. That, of course, if we're not able to continue providing this service, or at least this protection for the businesses that, many people have said that should they not be able to operate, that we may lose some businesses, and I'd hate to think that that would happen. So I look forward to getting some more applications, and of course I look forward to the day where we don't have to take the applications anymore. But at this point, I'm glad to see that they keep rolling in, and that we'll keep looking at them as they keep coming in as needed. And I'm not sure if Councilmember Garola had anything that she wanted to add.
You covered it pretty well. I just wanted to add one item, only because it was a question to me in that there at RJ's that what do the barriers do? And I said, well, the barriers actually have water in them, and so they are solid. and they are protectors. And I think there are some individuals that didn't realize that.
Yeah, and that's a good point, that they are at least somewhat immovable, and that but they also are mobile in the sense that they can be moved, so they're not permanent. Also, we did discuss the parenting network application slightly. There were some modifications, but we worked through some of the details there. And that pretty much concludes the report for the COVID-19 Ad Hoc Committee. The San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District held a meeting on the 15th of October. There are a few items of action and of interest that I'll go ahead and mention. First, I wanted to mention there's a consideration for economic assistance to the wildfire recovery efforts. Primarily, this concerns the fee for asbestos removal and the noticing for that removal. So the removal fees were waived, as well as the 10-day notice to make that move of the hazardous materials was reduced to 24 hours, and that's in an effort to help people be able to clear their property in the quickest way possible, to be able to reclaim what they can from the situation. So it's not a lot as far as money that's out for that, but the effort to do that and make it as timely and as seamless as possible, I think deserves a little bit of credit to the Air District for looking at the most they can do within the scope of what they're allowed to do. Also, we authorized the APCO, who's also the executive director, to make some agreements for looking at a truck rerouting study that's in Central Fresno concerning AB 617, which is community air quality monitoring. This is something that it's kind of a new step, and what they're doing is trying to reroute some of the trucks that make deliveries throughout the most densely populated areas to reduce the pollution, reroute some of the stopping and starting, and try to figure out how they can reduce some of the toxic pollution that happens in these concentrated areas. So it's something that, again, kind of reaches beyond what we're able to do. It reaches into the mobile source aspect of the contaminants, but it's also a good step and can create a model for future planning for delivery routes, which can contribute to the hazardous air quality. We also looked at some amendments to Rule 4905, which has to do with natural gas-fired furnaces. As you're aware, you have air conditioning or dual pack units and furnaces that heat and cool your house. These are concerning the quality or the, let's see, how do I put it? Well, I'll refer to my notes, probably a little easier. It's the type, and it's updating some of the rules that have to do with the emissions that were required as of September of this year. So a lot of the manufacturers weren't able to update the emissions by the September of this year because a lot of people aren't working. Manufacturing is stalled. It mostly concerns the units that are packed, which would be on the roof. The basement furnaces are a little bit easier to adapt to the new technology, but they needed some more time. So we allowed another year for that, the rooftop, mostly the rooftop packed furnaces to be upgraded, and a little bit more time for them to sell the products that they would have on the shelves as a resulting delay. And the final one is that we appointed a subcommittee that would nominate the candidates for the governing board, chair and vice chair, and this year, again, I was appointed to that committee, so we'll find out within the next few months whether we're going to have a change in the chair, or, as was stated at the meeting, the officers can stay the same for 2 periods. So we'll see what happens, and I'll be sure to let you know. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. The next one is the Tulare County Association of Governments, TCAG. That would be mine. I'm going to preface with the carryover of September the 21st. The meeting was held, and the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Lawless and I participated via teleconference. The highlights from that meeting: that the minutes for August 17, 2020 TCAG Board meeting, August 13 Technical Advisory Committee meeting were approved. The adoption of resolution was for the position, classification, and compensation for an office assistant. TCAG staff, they are involved with numerous and separate handling, the TCAG board, the Transportation Authority, the LAFCO Citizens Oversight, Technical Advisory Committees, the Regional Transportation Plan Roundtable, etc. There currently are 3 support staff for 16 regular employees and extra help. In order to continue the demands, the board unanimously approved the resolution for the position. MyoCar update. At this meeting, there was a status update reported and provided. This program was launched in July of 2019 with 8 sites located at self-help constructed affordable housing developments in Kern and Tulare counties. This was a service that was operated in conjunction with CalVans. From March to late July 2020, MyoCar suspended its operations while it sought to secure longer-term funding and revise the organizational structure. They resumed service in July 2020. In September of 2020, 7 of the 8 program sites resumed operations. All 3 Tulare County sites are currently active: Dinuba, Orosi, and Visalia. The housing update. A brief update was provided with regard to the Regional Early Action Planning Grant Program with $125 million set for the regions. REAP provided one-time grant funding to regional governments and regional entities for planning activities what will accelerate housing projection and facilitate compliance in implementing the 6th cycle of the regional housing needs allocation. TCAG will likely receive $1,427,500 directly. From that, each city agency would receive an allocation. Porterville to receive approximately $137,597. Member agencies would still be eligible to apply for LEAP funds to support their housing plans. There were no updates from Caltrans for this area. Our next meeting, I'll bring it into October the 19th, which we met yesterday. The items of action were the transportation consent calendar, which included 2 action items: to approve the Sustainable Community Strategy Regional Transportation Plan Roundtable appointments, and the adoption of resolution to approve the updated 2020 Title VI program. The association consent calendar was the approval of the September 21, 2020 TCAG board meeting minutes and the September 17th technical advisory meeting minutes. The meeting for November has been canceled, as well as the technical advisory committee meeting. The additional item of action, there was an addendum that had been added, and it was to authorize staff to submit the application for the Clean Mobility Operations Voucher Program to expand the MyoCar services to Farmersville, Lindsay, and Porterville. And then with the Tulare County Transportation Authority were the approval of the 2020 Measure Our Strategic Work Plan. All items of action were unanimously approved. The items of information were all brief. Again, there were no updates from Caltrans for this area. That concludes both reports. The next scheduled meeting for TCAG is December the 14th, 2020. All right, and then we go to the Tulare County Regional Transit Authority. Councilmember Garola?
Yes, I attended that meeting via Zoom. Vice Mayor Reyes was also in attendance, and so he can jump in at any time. I'm just going to go right into the agenda items. We had an informational item to update us on the implementation plan for the agency. The staff's been working along with its consultant, SBLB, and have come up with the implementation plan. I want to thank Rich Tree for working with this as well as the other items in the agenda. So we now have the tasks that need to be performed and also completion dates that those should be completed by. As they're working on defining the plan, they also looked at individual tasks within those. Sorry, what? The plan defines the task as well as the persons who are going to be responsible. It's very detailed. There's 21 requirements that need to be met, and there has been a list compiled informing us of when the task will start and the target completion date. So everyone on the board was very supportive of it. The next item was the creation of committees and appointments of members. So as we're looking at the implementation plan, there are 4 areas for subcommittees to meet. They are the executive director search, technical operations, policy, and finance. I'm serving on the executive director search, and Vice Mayor Reyes is serving on the finance. So we will be well represented on there. The board decided to have the alternate serve as well so that we could fill all the positions. There are 2 to each one of those committees with an alternate serving as well. There is an action item that was taken, and that is the mission statement and guiding principles. That was presented to us. There was a list of 10 areas that we could focus on to have as part of our mission statement. There was a mission statement as an example. We at TCRTA deliver clean, sustainable mobility choices that link people, communities, jobs, and provide services safely and efficiently. Along with that, the board went around and decided on which ones of the 10 that they would like to see included. They'll bring that back at the next meeting, and we will have a mission statement. And that mission statement will help us in moving forward with those committees as well, so that we can keep those front and center. Is there anything you wanted to add, Vice Mayor Reyes?
No, just that I'm glad to serve on the Finance Committee, and I hope I make Maria Bemis proud.
Which brings us to our next one. The next item was a informational item, transit funding sources, a summary of the transit funding sources and programs to provide an overall picture of what types of fundings were available to the board. There's the formula funds, which are reliable, consistent types of funding. There's competitive, which vary greatly, and also we need to reach for those based on our size and other items. But anyway, there was something like 8 of them. And what we've decided is that at each meeting, we'll discuss some of those funding sources so that the board members become more familiar with them. As you know, some of the board members may not have involvement with transit that much as we do. And so the more that they can get involved, the better. I did ask that at the next agenda item, that they add the item for Cal Starts so that we can see about probably becoming a member of that. So is there anything else, Vice Mayor?
No, I think you got it pretty well. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We'll now go into the staff information report.
Thank you, Honor. Just a single report, which is your monthly water conservation phase 3 status update, which the month of September showed a 20.5% decrease over the 2013 base year, which is a cumulative total of 26.2%. There were 18 notices of violations issued and 2 administrative citations. Happy to answer any questions.
Did anyone have any questions? See that there
Yes.
are none?
I just have one.
Okay.
That we're moving to the one day in December, if I'm correct, Mr. Lawless, because there's not such a high need to use water since it's the winter period. Is that correct?
Correct. So average precipitation rainfall, that's in the city's municipal municipal water plan, urban water management plan, to state it correctly. And by comparison, in some, city of Visalia has no watering during this period of time. So I would say the city's had a pretty effective strategy in terms of its urban water management plan and balancing its water needs of the community.
Thank you.
And special thanks to the residents who continue to demonstrate conservation as well.
Thank you very much. We will now move in to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council?
Move for approval of items 1 through 10 on the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Garola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. We will now move into the public hearings. Item number 11.
Thank you, Your Honor. There were two public hearings that were scheduled this evening. The first to consider a request to approve a modification number 3 to the Pacific Rim Commercial Mixed-Use Project. The developer has requested that this item be pulled and for future consideration by the council.
So we won't need to even hold the public hearing. We'll just renotice a new public hearing. There's some changes he wants to have considered.
Okay, so item 11 has been pulled. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 12.
Thank you, Your Honor. The second public hearing that was scheduled for this evening is to consider a budget adjustment of the citizens' option on public safety funding, and Chief Croto will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Mayor, City Council. As you're all aware that Porterville Police Department regularly receives annual funding from the state of California through its Citizen Option for Public Safety, which is commonly referred to as the COPS grant program. Once again, our city is slated to receive $100,000, which is the minimum amount you can receive for fiscal year 2020-2021, and a public hearing on the intent of the expenditures is required. As always, the department has historically used these funds in support of personnel assigned to the patrol division, including all necessary training, equipment, and overtime costs, and is intent for that to continue. I would like to add that at this point, it doesn't even cover salaries anymore. On the off chance that one of our personnel that's assigned to that doesn't stay with us for the entire period, then the excess money could be used for training and overtime. The expenditure of these funds in this manner is in improper adherence to the requirements as specified in Assembly Bill 3229, and our recommendation that the City Council conduct a public hearing and receive public comment, authorize the use of these funds to offset the cost for personnel assigned to the Police Department's Patrol Division, including necessary training, equipment, and overtime costs, and then adopt a draft resolution accepting the citizens' option for public safety grant funds and approving a budget adjustment increasing the Police Department's Patrol Division budget by $100,000. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, it is 9:10. We will open up the public hearing. Any comments? Did we receive any electronically?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it is 9:11, and we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
I make a motion to move forward with the staff recommendation.
We have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa with the staff recommendations that are listed.
Second.
And we have a second by Vice Mayor Reyes. No further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Garola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll move on now into the scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 3 scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is the continued deliberations of the council on the Citrus Blossom Subdivision project. Would really like to receive direction from the council in terms of what staff report or any questions that staff can assist in its further deliberations on this subject.
Thank you very much. Council?
I guess I'll go first.
Okay, that's good.
You can if you want.
Go ahead, Councilmember Guerrero, then Councilmember Stowe.
Okay, yeah, I'm hearing during oral communications, well, first I want to thank the residents for coming forward. We always appreciate the comments from residents. And in this process, which many may not be aware of, is that we don't see this project until it comes before us. And so that's why we have a public hearing, and that's why we do the things we do. Those policies on the 300 feet aren't set by us, they're set by other agencies. But I just sort of want to, I feel I have to, because I'm not running for city council. This is my last time. Somebody said about leapfrogging, that we shouldn't be leapfrogging. Well, city councils before us, maybe I was one, I don't know, but city councils before leapfrog. They leapfrogged into the Rose area, that's what I'll call it. They leapfrogged into Chelsea Glen. Neither were annexed into the city of Porterville, but yet both areas received city services, water or sewage. But so we already did the leapfrogging long ago. And in regards to water, the residents in the area needed water. The only way we could do that was by annexing them in, and that's what they asked for, and we did that because water was needed. In regards to infill and efficiency, we have a very efficient staff. They provide us the information, we make the decisions based on the information they have provided, based on information that we received in our comments, and I took at least 4 rides through the area because I wanted to take a look at it at different times and I wanted to look at what was going to be developed out there. That's what we do as the council. So in regards to infill, the city does do infill. Somebody had mentioned how many homes were going to be developed or were on the books, is the way I say it, or developments that are out there, that we should incentivize them. That's up to the builder to decide when they're ready to build. And some of them are on the east side. I happen to live in an area that's gonna have development all around me. And I came out here to live in a quiet, peaceful place too. But that's what happens with growth. So, and I think the other that really bothered me in my heart was this, and I know it wasn't intentional, I do believe that, and that is that these homes are going to create a nuisance, that they're not up to the standards of the area of Rose or Chelsea Glen. Somebody commented on Linda Vista that, wow, I had this great place and now, we have all these homes coming in. Well, you had you had Chelsea Glen come in with a large number of homes that were not 1 acre. We're not going to see 1 acre lots anymore. That's not going to happen. Anyway, I don't think so. But, we can respond to each one of those. But for me, those really stood out. These homes that are being built, or the homes that are being built in our community, are being built sometimes from out-of-town builders. Are we to tell out-of-town builders we don't want you here? Are we to tell businesses we don't want you here? We might as well close our doors then. People won't come here. So I had some, just as people were making comments that, there is an answer and we're not hiding anything. We're very transparent as a city, and as a council, we're very transparent. So those are I just had to, comment on those areas. I may have something else later.
Councilmember Stowe?
Thank you, Your Honor. I know there are some questions that I want it clarified, and I know the staff can, regarding street development. And we went through the process. Mr. Lawless, is that correct? And there was nothing is the street going to be enlarged, widened, or can Ms. Phillips give us that information, which I already know, but I just wanted for clarification.
Yeah, I'll defer to community development.
Thank you, and I'll just prompt Javier in case he has any additional comments, but there would obviously be some improvements that would be made to Newcomb and to Linda Vista on the perimeter of the project. Was it those streets that you were talking about, or was it the connection between?
No, Newcomb and Linda Vista, basically, and because it said that, there's speeding going on and the streets are narrow, and I just wanted to make sure and to clarify that those streets are, going to be widened and.
Thank you. I'll ask the engineering director if he could make more clarification on that.
So on, it will be improved to the street designations they're listed as. So Newcomb is a collector in the circulation element. And so that'll give us, let me remember right, 68 feet of total right-of-way, which face of curb to face of curb would be 40 feet, or 42 feet, I'm sorry, of pavement or of street width. And then on Linda Vista, I believe it's just designated a local road, so that would just be our 56-foot wide local road, so 36 feet between face of curbs.
Okay, and was the right-of-way established before those homes are in there or after, or do we have to purchase property to widen that street? Or?
They are conditions of approval that they dedicate property as part of their project in order to meet those street widths that they're required to.
And how about the existing homes? Were they in knowledge of, the widening of the street prior to purchasing it, or along Newcomb, or?
Well, it's that corner parcel, so it's, nobody is being affected except for that big parcel.
Okay, and that was my understanding. I just wanted to make sure, because people said that Newcomb was going to be affected and the traffic was going to be widened.
Well,
okay.
If I can, for Councilmember, for clarification, do you have is there necessary right-of-way existing on Newcomb outside of the subdivision to be able to widen to collector? Or would there need to be, would there need to be further right-of-way acquisition along Newcomb?
From the existing property line, there is further acquisition required. They need to dedicate, and Julie may have that map more readily available, but was it like 12 to 18 feet? But they're having to give up some of their property to meet the required street width dictated by the circulation element.
Outside of the proposed subdivision?
Oh, outside of the proposed subdivision, no. There would just be a jog in the right-of-way. With the only thing we'd require is appropriate transitions from the subdivision to match existing.
Okay. Thank you. Fire chief, fire suppression, there was a mention of that, with is that gonna be a problem if we, with the trucks going in there, is there plenty of room, or is it gonna be tight, too tight for the, the fire trucks?
With my understanding of the project, you want redundancy, reliability, and quality with your water system, and you want to loop that water system. And it's my understanding that would be what would be needed to take place.
Okay, and so do you have a problem with that? Is that gonna be sufficient for our water suppression?
Absolutely, if the project's looped.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely, if the project is looped.
Okay. And I have one more question regarding notification. When this project started, is it our responsibility as a city to notify the residents, or does LAFCO notify the residents, or who's responsible for notification initially?
It's the city's responsibility to notify for the city's entitlements. So for the CEQA document, there are noticing requirements. For the zone change, there's noticing requirements. And for the subdivision map, there are noticing requirements. It would be LAFCO's responsibility to notice related to the sphere of influence amendment. But altogether, the entitlements that the city is considering are the city's responsibility to publish the public hearing notice. And that is a 300-foot radius from the area that's being affected. And so all of the entitlements before you this evening are specific to the applicant's property, which is that corner lot. LAFCO's authority would be for the sphere of influence amendment, which included the 3 parcels to the south.
Okay. And my last question, which I know the answer to because I talked to Mr. Knight, but if he's online, the water is the usage, which I know is going to be less for the subdivision than the crop. But the gentleman got up and said, that the oranges, that orange grove wouldn't use as much because of the soil, which I'm sure you're not familiar with that because you're not a farmer or whatever. But you can tell us, the amount of water that's going to be used in comparison to. Mr. Knight, I'm sorry.
The average consumption. So, can you hear me?
We're getting feedback from you, Mr. Knight.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Okay. So to speak to the consumption of the Orange Grove versus residential subdivision, it depends on the yield or the farmer. It's really up for discussion what the exact use is on that property. When you reference other growers, consumption could be anywhere from 3.5 to 4.5 acre feet per acre in a normal ag use. Just running the numbers, it's concurrent with the city's use, varying somewhere between 1 acre foot per acre and 0.8 acre feet per acre. Without knowing, it would be speculation, but right now, just running the averages, I would say you're sitting at 1 acre feet per acre. And just speaking to Signal and the numbers coming to sustainable use, right now the sustainable number of water available acre foot per acre is 0.96. And that is a combination of both total precipitation and native sustainable yield. And that does not address the efforts made by the city to make ongoing recharge efforts to offset normal demand. So those are all factors that would be considered into the implementation of the subdivision.
And what percentage will we get back from return from wastewater?
So you're looking at 50 to 60% return.
Okay. So we're going to have a significant savings in water. This would compared to the crop that's based there now.
With the efforts council made and ongoing projects to implement tertiary treatment, it's going to essentially use the water twice. So also free up potable water or groundwater and lessen those impacts to the city.
Okay. And, I, for one, would like to, I like that area out there, and I like to see nice areas in Porterville, but, there's gonna be progress, no matter what. I had a nice, quiet neighborhood too until, things started building up around me, then cars started coming in and out. You're just gonna have to realize that, progress is gonna happen. And we just have to see, it wasn't 2 years ago, maybe, probably 2 years, maybe 3 years, that the people from the Rose Street, they came and asked us for water because they were out of water. We had to give them water. But now, we're concerned about water in this area. And we just annexed them, or I don't know if we annexed them to give them water. And so progress is gonna happen. Whether we mix in one way with one group, but, those homes aren't gonna be that bad from what I understand. They're gonna be nice homes like in Chelsea Glen. They're not gonna be as large as lots. And I know everybody wants to keep their space but progress is gonna happen. And we just have to realize that. And, and I was for it, but, one gentleman got up there and threatened with, re-election in 2 years. Don't try to bully me. You want this job, you can have it right now. I'll go resign. You live in my district. You can come and get it tomorrow and just, be appointed. Because I don't do this for the money. I do it for the betterment of Porterville, where I think I'm going to benefit the entire city, not just one specific group. So don't try to bully me with, oh, we're going to see about 2 years of election. That just turned me around completely. You almost had me until that. But I'm sorry to say, but we just, if we stop this development, then we're going to stop probably all development. Developers won't want to come to Porterville. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say that, I appreciate the public coming to speak, but before that, I appreciate the council's, approval of me having an additional 2 weeks to study the mitigation, the negative mitigation declaration, and reviewing everything as well. And I do appreciate the comments from the public. We had, I think, everyone that came to talk specifically on this opposed the project, including, I think, the folks that are like right next to the subdivision. I do have some concerns in terms of the public comments in reference to the public notice. I know that there were some folks that came to speak that said that they live right next door to the subdivision that is being proposed, but didn't receive any notification. And I think, I even heard a comment where like it felt like he really was upset at the fact that he didn't receive one. And I'm just curious to know, they receive a notice in the mail, and if they don't get it, then is there any way for us to even know if they did receive it, or is it just us sending it off to the address on the record, and that's our role in that?
For these sorts of notices, we don't send return receipt. We just send first-class mail. I did not receive any return envelopes for this mailing, so that tells me that they were delivered. But all I can say is that we actually double-checked today to confirm all of the addresses, and every parcel within 300 feet of the subject action that the council is considering did receive, or at least was mailed, a copy of that public hearing notice. And in addition, we posted it in the newspaper.
Thank you. I think I don't have significant amount of questions, except that there is definitely, there a lot of opposition for this project, and I understand the comments that were made in terms of us, moving forward and growing as a community. I do think that we just gotta for me at least personally, I want to be cautious of the residents too, and I know no project's going to be ever perfect. But definitely, I don't think, just seeing the overwhelming amount of support against this, it is for me a decision where I'm going to make that, my vote will be reflective of that, of the community that are here, and that's just on my end, like how I'm feeling around this subdivision. But But yeah, that's it.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. A few comments. I know some of the comments I was going to make have already been touched on, but the first one I want to talk about was about maybe something I said that indicated that the city wouldn't gain anything. And I think that mostly in the conversation, in the context, and I understand too, using the flexibility in words, or in this instance, condensing words. If I had a cause that I was that passionate about, I may undertake flexibility of words to make it sound that way too. But just to clarify that, the context was that in this action that we're taking, which is the action I'm speaking of, is a recommendation to LAFCO, who we're basically the first stop in the train that gets to the next destination that makes the entire decision. So in that sense, the accusation was that we were making some kind of money off of taking this action, which I said that's not true. But in the end, should this happen, we would benefit from a few things: hardworking citizens, residents, business and economic development, community contributors, all good things that would happen, good neighbors, and that's just to name a few. So, maybe I think it wasn't quite genuine to say that I stated we wouldn't gain anything, but that's just one note that I wanted to make. Another one is that there was a comment early on that the entire city of Porterville is in a white area. Well, I think, if it wasn't a special management area, that would be true, but technically the city of Porterville is a special management area, and that is a negotiation with the GSA and the state to determine what water we are able to achieve. So anybody that falls into that special management area has a greater right under the city and their right to get the water that they would need to survive as residents and citizens. So I don't think that was entirely a good representation of the definition of a white area. Thirdly, that the sequestration of carbon in relationship to the orchard that would be there. I think that's fine if you want to totally dismiss the landscaping, the lawn, and all the rest of the things that would happen there, as well as I would venture to say that every house that's proposed to be built is far more sustainable with carbon than any residence that's already out there. I think that when you take into account modern technology and the way that they build homes, the way they plan homes, and even the way they mitigate when they are building homes, that the amount of carbon that would be taken out of the equation would be more than beneficial compared to any other actions that are taking place. And I think the last point I wanted to make is that this entire city was founded by out-of-town investors. I think that's a point that when we look at it, if we didn't have the growth in the city, I think we'd be all trying to live on the same 40 acres that Porter Putnam founded right here in the middle of town. So I think those are all really good factors you have to take into account. And I'm just trying to be honest with some of the points that I heard that weren't quite genuine from what I was hearing. I know they're very passionate about their feelings, and I would be too. But I just wanted to be a little bit more honest with some of the things I hadn't heard discussed at the council level. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I say one more thing?
Please.
I misspoke, and I apologize to people on Rose Street. The connection was off Linda Vista. It wasn't Rose Street that came and asked the council for it 2 years ago. It was some folks on Linda Vista. My apologies to those folks on Rose Street.
Mayor,
Yes.
yeah, I have a question. Well, first, I guess I misspoke when I said other jurisdictions. I forget there's different boundaries for each of the agencies, but somebody made a remark about, or noted that the park in the development can be changed over to houses. Can, Mr. Lawless, can somebody answer that for me?
I'll go ahead and let community development take that.
Thank
I know
you.
the answer, but I'll let them speak to it.
It is a condition of approval that the subdivision include the park that is identified in the map. In it will not just be vacant land, but it will be improved as a park. But no, the condition of approval for the subdivision map states that it will be developed as a park. There's no opportunity for that to be revoked and even through final map phase, be turned into residential lots.
Thank you. And one more question, that is, if this is approved, what is the next step in the process?
If this were to be approved tonight, the next step in the process, well, there'd be a couple of steps. One would be the second reading of the zone change, but the other would be to, actually, I take it back. The first next step would be to submit application to LAFCO for consideration of the sphere of influence amendment and the annexation. All of the other actions that are part of the entitlement package before the council tonight, after CEQA, of course, anything after the annexation request of LAFCO is contingent upon LAFCO's approval of that annexation.
So if it's approved through LAFCO, it will still come back to us again for a second review, am I correct?
Well, not for a subsequent review. You'll have already, if you were to approve the entire package tonight, that would have already been approved. But we would wait until LAFCO's action before we continued to process before we continued to complete this effort. Does that make sense?
Okay, so if we see something in the plan of a subdivision, should that be noted now? For instance, the westernly side of the property adjacent to some of the homes there,
right?
In terms of barrier, or in terms of what can be built there to have a buffer.
Do you mean as far as the fencing material?
Yeah, well, to have some kind of buffer there in between those houses and the development.
Residential, abutting residential wouldn't require any special sort of buffer per code, but if that was a condition that the council would want to see placed, that's within your discretion.
Yeah, I'd like to see some buffer there in between that there, between the project and the houses that are over onto the west side of the project. I don't know why I thought it came back, and that's when we could look at it and say, okay, well, this is what you need to do. And so, so I'd like to see something in there. The other that was brought up by an individual who lives right next to it, he thinks that his property is going to be taken for a road, but it can't be taken for the road. I mean, there's nothing that's going to be built there in his 5 acres. We're not moving to take his property, correct?
That's correct. The circulation map of the general plan would show that there is a local street connector between between North Grand and Linda Vista, generally in the alignment, not quite lining up to Rose and not quite lining up to the stub that's on the south end of the proposed subdivision map, but somewhere in that vicinity. And it's close enough. I mean, that circulation element map isn't intended to be precise to it for new streets. And so the staff's conversations with the applicant and the owner have been that this connection at some point in the future, as it were to happen, would serve that function. And so the line that might be perceived by that neighbor to the west that he was referencing, looking like there's a street coming through his property, would actually be shifted over and absorbed into new development as it happens in this area. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And I only have one more question, Mayor.
Okay.
For Mr. Sanchez, and that is on the alignment for the Newcomb Street. You said that we're going to take, that the owner will have to give up 12 to 18 feet of their own property. Does that still make a straight line on Newcomb to Linda Vista, or will it be pushed in a bit? You know how we see the half roads?
Right. Excuse me. Yeah, the center line of Newcomb will remain as it is. There'll just be a slightly wider paved shoulder. But with the center line being maintained where it is, there'll be signage and markers as it gets closer, say you're going southbound on Newcomb, to have people stay away from that area and don't accidentally run into a fence or a pole or something. There'll be typical signage as you drive around the city and the county and any other place that there'll be signage and markers guiding drivers to keep them safe.
Thank you.
And Councilmember, I appreciate the question, because I think that was the question, and unless I misinterpreted from Councilmember Stowe, that there is, outside of this proposed subdivision, there are segments of Newcomb where right-of-way would need to be acquired so that Newcomb functioned as a collector in its entirety.
Yes, that would,
Okay,
yes, thank you.
Okay,
okay, so that's why it would go in, okay. But not now.
Mayor, I did have one.
Please, go ahead.
So there was a reference to the 700 acres where there is already approved subdivisions in the city, within the city area. And so I was curious to know as to some of these maps and subdivision maps have been already approved. And there was a reference of, can those be used for other projects? Like, because they're saying that they're on standby, I guess, that they got approved. And these are areas that are already been approved to, and so I don't know if that is an accurate way to see these approved maps, that equal up to 700 acres, that this area could be, this subdivision could technically be, they could apply for it to be in this specific, and then another area that's already been approved. I don't know, like, that's what I perceived it to be. I'm not too sure if there can be clarification on that specifically. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I understood from the
This map
comment.
won't be able to go where another map is.
Yeah, essentially.
Because the maps are already approved for those properties. So any final map has to be in conformity with, or substantial conformity with the tentative map. So now what I think they were getting at was that they were saying you could move it to some other vacant property. If there's property that's properly zoned and otherwise doesn't have a map attached to it, they could try to subdivide and put do that on another, similarly sized property. That was my impression of what the public comments were saying.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I was thinking. So it's just the idea that just because another subdivision was approved previously and that someone can apply for that area because it hasn't been developed yet is not accurate.
No, I mean, so the developer that has the subdivision on a different parcel or an area has the entitlements on that particular property. I mean, they could choose to sell it to somebody else. They could sell their map and the property to somebody else.
Okay.
But they're gonna have to conform, whoever develops it will have to conform to that map.
Gotcha.
So it wouldn't be this develop, it would be whatever that subdivision map was.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that kind of speaks to, there are some in the business called map flippers.
Right.
So they go through the process, like you just said, they're not the actual developer, but they get the entitlements and then sell it to another developer
Right.
for them to, because they'll actually end up being the developer. And I can't speak to this. That would be for the developer to speak to their intentions. But there are a number, case in point, if the maps are still valid on North Main. Are those valid maps?
If you're talking about Iris Hills, that map has recently expired. We have, of the list that I'm interpreting that the person had, I believe that was provided in reference to a previous Public Records Act request late last year when we were reviewing some other maps on the south side of town. I don't remember compiling a more recent list, and so that's why I'm making that assumption. And we have had some maps expire in the last few months because they were, we had a great number of activity on subdivisions in the early 2000s, and then as everyone will remember, there was this great big push, and then the housing bubble burst. And some of those maps have stayed alive through legislative extensions until now. So some of these maps are 15 years old. And there are a lot of paper lots throughout town, but some of them aren't as attractive to a builder. They are owned by, as Mr. Lawless stated, map flippers, people who have chosen to get an entitlement on a piece of property, which is, I'm sure as the applicant's agent would attest to, a lengthy process and somewhat expensive. And so they are improving the value of their vacant land, but that's as far as they take it. Then they sell it to someone who builds houses. So it's just, a matter of providing as many options for a potential builder as possible.
I think what's troubling about the premise of that concept is that it tries to illustrate that there's rights of other people to control land that's not theirs. And I think that when you enter in that discussion, I think it counteracts the very arguments that that's being presented to us, that other people have either made commitments or own that property, and that in fact the folks that are coming for this to contest this first step don't even own the property that they're contesting this happen to. So I think that once you delve into that conversation, I think it becomes a little bit troubling to say that no, that somebody should build it somewhere else, when I think if any of the property owners decided to build a second unit, if they decided to put in a Olympic-sized swimming pool, would their neighbors be doing the same sort of argument that they're doing now? I don't know that they would or they wouldn't, but it's not anybody else's right to say. I think that kind of delves right into the experience that we're seeing here, that it's just simply that they don't believe they want to look at it, or that other people should not have the right to control property. And I'm not saying that they're not allowed to have an opinion. They definitely can voice an opinion, and it's definitely heard. But it kind of diffuses that argument of trying to relocate it somewhere else.
I have heard and I have listened, and
Mayor, before you get started,
Please.
may I ask one more question?
Please, go ahead.
Then I'll be quiet.
No, you're fine.
I inquired earlier, is it possible, or is there any possibility that the developer might, consider larger lots? And I know it's gonna cost him money, he probably never did, but, did we inquire about that at all?
When this project first came forward to the project review committee, there were fewer lots, but there was still enough density that it would have required the zone change. They weren't quite all 12,500 square foot lots and over. Some of them were, 8,000 square foot lots or 10,000 square foot lots. They were larger than what's being proposed, but they weren't large enough to not require the zone change. And so at that point, it's a business decision for the applicant to decide, well, if I have to go through the effort and process of doing a zone change, then weighing the benefit of, at that point, getting the most lots, getting lots that are consistent with the higher density, or maintaining those, or not changing the zoning and reducing the number of lots. And in this case, the applicant chose to move forward with a higher number of lots. Does that make sense? So it's not that they weren't willing to consider larger lots, but to reduce the number of lots so that a zone change would not be necessary was, at least it was staff's impression at the time, based on the decision that was made based on that first conversation, that wasn't the direction they wanted to go. But I can't speak to them for them, but that's my impression.
All right, thank you.
They could have gone to larger lots, but they chose to take the higher density then.
Yeah, they were right on the fence with it. And so rather than reduce the number of lots down to what was consistent with the RS1 zoning, they decided to increase them. If they were going to have to do the zone change anyway to get the number of lots they'd originally proposed, then, go ahead and move forward with that density.
Mayor, I just wanted to note that somebody had said, well, go to the east. Well, the east also has, is it Mr. Lawless hillside development? So there's other issues that come along with building on the east side, and there is some development occurring as well.
Correct. There's some hillside, particular with regards to the elevations and slopes that have to be addressed. And then there's also expansive clays that also are, I would say quite candidly, that's probably been the primary obstacle, I would say, of, as we call it, east side development, has been, given the type of material, much of the development that's occurred, Jasmine Ranch and other areas has had to bring in other material to be able to, and I'm outside of my comfort zone in speaking to that. I think Mr. Sanchez could probably speak better to, when they do the soil compaction tests and those sorts of things, there's had to be additional measures taken to assist with that.
Right, definitely the cost to improve makes those projects more expensive.
Yes. I was part of the hillside development. Not writing it, but I was on council at that time, so that's the only thing I had.
Thank you very much. I echo some of the sentiments and some of the comments that were expressed, and yes, I listened and I heard to everyone who presented today in oral communications. I am homegrown, born and raised in Porterville. I never left. Westwood Street was my home and Avenue 168, so I know the area very well. On Westwood, it was one home, and we had a lot of trees around us, and the only neighbors we had were the people across the street. Did we ever think growing up that that was going to be developed? The answer to that is no. Because my father worked in agriculture, and he was a crew foreman for Roberts Farms for many years, we were able to live in some of the ranch houses, which took us down to Avenue 168, and we lived in what was a beautiful two-story house, at least in our eyes. We went from a two-bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen house, and guess what? We had a lot of water at that time because it was all free water with the irrigation because we had it at that time. Going to Avenue 168, it was a ranch house, and there were newly planted trees all around us. And never did I imagine when I left that area, down the street you have a school. Down the street by the canal, there's homes. Linda Vista was my go-to when I would learn how to drive. I would take the car out of the garage and I would give myself driving lessons and go around. So there was not a lot out there on Linda Vista at the time, and that was years ago. When I hear that these homes could be a nuisance, I am very proud that Porterville has been my home through all of these years. And the very first home that I was able to purchase, and I will bluntly say it, it was a low-income house on Matthew in the area where Burton School District is. And look at all the homes that have grown out in that area. Now, we talk about business development and how it will help economy. If people don't come into our communities and we don't welcome them, it sends a message. I have a hard time when people assume that building a new development is going to bring people from out of town, and it's going to cause a lot of, at one time at the last hearing that, we don't know what kind of people would be moving into it, and that saddens me. And I'm only one person. but I do serve on LAFCO. And as I have been on the dais, I have been to a lot of meetings, which is why when we had the Council of Cities, I'm going to look at you right now, Councilmember Peñalosa. Have you ever owned a home?
I haven't.
And based on what you're making and what's affordable, which is, where would you take that home? I mean, where would you buy that home? Would you buy an affordable home that you can afford and be proud of because it's your first home and you're going to raise your family there?
Yes, I would.
It's very simple. For a lot of us, things change over the years. I don't have a big home, and I'm personalizing this. I could, but guess what? Things have changed in our life. My husband passed 12 years ago, so I am remaining in the house that we purchased because I don't need anything else. I could stand a smaller home and to look at it, but let's move this. If this were to be approved this evening, the next phase would be going to LAFCO. I drove the area of Linda Vista. I drove Newcomb. I'm very well aware of the house on 2023 because I drove it all the way to Linda Vista. But I also remember that there were some people on Newcomb that asked to be annexed not too long ago, annexed into the city because they were running out of water. And in that little pocket area that draws the line from city and that strip of land right in between, who are still on county and didn't connect, if they ever went, their wells ever went dry or something happened, I'm sure they would probably ask for city assistance and help. Now, when the item people say, well, what does LAFCO do? They're responsible for approving proposed jurisdictional boundary changes. LAFCO is comprised of 5 commissioners, 2 members of the County Board of Supervisors, and 2 members that represent the cities, and 1 public member. It meets the first Wednesday of each month at 2 o'clock. People that have applied for the process of annexations, they have to pay a fee. They're going through the process because they would like to see this happen. And that is the fee that is associated for LAFCO to review. When we talk about the sphere of influence, that's a planning document that is adopted by LAFCO. That is where that comes from. And it's for probable future boundaries in the service area of a city or a special district. I ask the question, can a sphere of influence be changed or amended? And the answer to that is yes. But the LAFCO is required to review the sphere of influence for the cities and the special districts. When an item comes to LAFCO for annexation, they have a checklist, and they have to go through a process in the consolidation. And each time that a packet is looked at with the recommendations for a process, they look at the zoning designation, the general plan, and the existing use. Then they also look at to see the agencies that would be providing the services. That would include police protection, fire protection, water supply, sewage disposal, street lighting, maintenance, the planning and zoning, etc. So there is another layer beyond what city expects and does and adheres. It's a tough decision for all of us. And again, some of us, it's not easy. And again, I'm going to put this in as a side note. Back in 1975, approximately through the early 80s, I worked for a title company. And I'll tell you what, it was a wonder it was wonderful to see the real estate agents walk in and open escrows almost every day on a daily basis. And there were approximately 7 or 8 escrow officers in one building. It was good, but guess what? Toward the late 70s, early 80s, there was a recession. People could not afford to buy homes. Escrows were no longer being opened in this community. Where people were getting approved for loans and people were closing escrows, it came to a standstill at one time because people could not afford homes because they were unemployed. And people desperately wanted to own a home that at one time there was creative financing, which were carrybacks on notes and deeds of trust, but guess what? Their interest rate was extremely high, but they wanted to own a home. And then became a lot of foreclosures. So when you look at low-income housing, affordable housing, and you work all these years to what you have and what you want. I grew up in the country, I had a ranch life, and I live in the city in an affordable home because I choose to live within my means. Going back, I'm going to bring it back to council because there was a lot of good information that was presented. And this gentleman here, you are? Okay, so you got to hear a lot tonight, didn't you? Is there anything you would like to say so that the council can hear?
Well, I came down because I wanted to hear. I had heard that there was a lot of residents that were not, pleased with the subdivision. I know that we work closely with staff from the onset of this project. We went through probably 10 revisions to this subdivision to get it dialed in. We contemplated the location, the north side, looked at lot sizes, worked with the owner, looking at the development of this. We understood that there's always a chance that you're going to have some level of opposition to development. But when you look at the general plan and the consistency with residential in this area, it made sense. This is just how development goes. And so we just felt that it was a good project. So, the CEQA analysis is intended to look at the project impacts, identify any concerns with services, looking at the general plan requirements. It was all analyzed. To me, it looked like it was very straightforward and clean. And so, but when I do see kind of that uproar, it concerns me. We want to hear, the landowner, developer wants to hear. I'll have a chance to give them some feedback on what I heard tonight. And I think the deliberations and all the questions that you all had were legitimate questions about developments like that. You have to take a concerned look at it and come to a real decision that you're comfortable with that's in the best interest of the city. I think that I saw that tonight. It was always a pleasure over the years working on projects like this to see this type of process where there's collaboration, there's a lot of discussion, and you end up with a good project at the end that we can move forward with that benefits the city. So to me, it was a good project, and it was good to hear all of the deliberations, and I hope it gets approved.
I appreciate your information. I think council appreciates having heard that as well.
Mayor, I didn't hear who that was.
Oh, go ahead and state your name loud on the,
Barry Linder with QK, basically the co-applicant along with the Realtor.
all right, council. We've had a lot of discussion, and we need to put closure. Is there anything else that needs to be brought forth?
I just have to say that I'm still concerned with the Linda Vista and the 56 width there. And I understand, that because it's county on the other side, and so it's only going to be the one side, 28 feet of you. I mean, Mr. Sanchez.
Right, that's right of way, so the street width would be center line to curb face 18 feet.
And are we going in on the property as well?
The subdivision property?
Yes, are we taking property from that to make that fit?
I believe so. If I recall, it's set up for like a 50-foot right of way, so there is some acquisition or some dedication required.
That's correct.
When I drove that was my concern right there, was that piece that does dip over on the north end. But as you travel west, it's a little narrow, and I would hope that street, the county would fix it one time. Maybe people should go and ask the board of supervisors to fix the rest of the road there. Thank you. So will it narrow, will it narrow in or widen right there?
Yeah, so the Standard County Road is right at 12-foot lanes, so this would add 6 feet of roadway.
Additional on the south side.
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, what are the recommendations for staff?
I'd move to, adopt a draft resolution for a mitigated negative declaration of environmental impact. 2, adopt the draft resolution making application to Tulare County LAFCO for consideration of the UDB SOI amendment and annexation. 3, adopt the draft ordinance approving a change in zoning of the 11.47 acre site to the proposed subdivision. And 4, adopt the draft resolution approving the Citrus Blossom Tentatives subdivision project.
We have a motion. I will go ahead and second it for if there's further discussion.
Oh, can I add something? Add this for further discussion for council or for staff?
For council.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
That's why I second if there's any further discussion.
Yeah.
Procedure says you motion second, then you can still talk about it before you vote.
Okay, yeah, so I would like to just add, yeah, I'll be, I think I personally cannot ignore the concerns of the community residents that came today. So, I think that there was multiple folks that came to speak about multiple things. There was certain community residents that came to speak about the nuisance that it would cause. There was other folks that felt that they didn't get enough public notice, to speak on the issue, that even though they lived in the area, there was other folks that were directly adjacent to the subdivision proposal. And I just think that there's just so much folks in opposition. I understand that we have to make progress in our community, but I also personally, myself, as a city representative elected to the residents of the city of Porterville, for me, just clear opposition to this project. I would like to see if there was a consideration in the, I don't know what the vote's going to be, but if it doesn't pass through, to reconsider the acreage and how many homes on each acre, if possible. That's just my suggestion, but those are the last comments that I wanted to make before we make a vote on this.
And, I have to agree with Daniel. It's just too many people came in with too many things. And I just, if nothing else, just give them a voice and open a public hearing again. I mean, I know you're going to probably hear the same things, but at least give them a chance to speak their voices as citizens. And I think that's our duty as council people, to listen to constituents, even though, like I said, it is my district and I do want to listen, but, it's going to take something very, very significant for me to alter my decision. But, I would like to hear them, what they said, if there's something different to come in and it changed my mind, and then I would reconsider.
So you would say that you're asking to reopen the public hearing?
I mean, that's what I would.
That's my question.
I don't know if you can do that or not, but.
It would have to be renoticed and.
We'd have to vote on the motion I made first, though, and then.
Yeah, you have a motion standing.
And also, by the logic that's been presented tonight, I'm a nuisance, and I live in a nuisance area, and probably all of us live in a nuisance area, so I want us to recognize that there's 60,000 other people that live in maybe a nuisance area, and if we want to reopen it to 60,000 other opinions, we may find that they outnumber the opinions we had tonight, but that's just one opinion coming from me.
Councilmember Gurula, is there anything you want to say?
Call for the vote.
Okay, let's call for the vote then.
Councilmember Gurula,
Why didn't you want me to do first? I'm gonna go. I'm really on the fence on this one. I really am, but I think Javier was able to answer my questions so that I could truly understand this project a little bit more. I think we all want something more out of a project, but this is what's being presented to us tonight, so I have to vote yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
I'm going to go with nay vote.
Councilmember Stowe,
I would say no.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Yes.
Mayor Flores.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one. But you still have another process. And I will go with yes. Passes 3-2. Thank you.
I believe I can make another motion, couldn't I? City Attorney?
You can. It just depends on what the
Yes, I
motion.
would like to add that in that development, that there be, I'm sorry, it's late, some kind of additional buffer between the homes on the west side and the homes that are being in the houses in the development. I think I was told I needed to have that as a
So would
motion.
we need, we'd want to amend that, we'd want to put that in the resolution approving the subdivision, correct?
Yeah, I don't want to amend the resolution for the subdivision, but I just want to ask a point of clarification. By buffer, do you mean a space, an open, empty space, or do you mean more like a block wall with landscaping surrounding it, or do you have something specific in mind, or do you want the staff and the applicant to work through that?
Block wall. If we do landscaping, we'd have to, it wouldn't be taken care of Or would it be under the LD?
It'd be quite difficult to do that without severely affecting the shape and sizes of the parcels on that westerly most side. To have a space that's wide enough to have block wall with landscaping west of it, and then have it be accessible for maintenance staff.
Because it would be private property they'd be going on to.
Well, you'd have to preserve enough public space that's in the LMD in order to be able to preserve it.
So you got to move in the line for the houses, right? Yeah, then I'd want a block wall at least.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
But I'm going to ask for an amendment to the motion that we add.
You can just actually, I'm sorry, Virginia, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to say, probably the easiest way to do this, since we've already approved the resolution, is now you're just proposing an amendment to the resolution that was approved to include that condition.
Then I'm proposing that amendment to the resolution.
And that is your motion.
Yes.
And I'll second. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Yes.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes 5-0, thank you. Now we'll move on to the next item. Thank you very much, everyone, to this regard, everyone. It is appreciated. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your next scheduled matter this evening is to consider the Local Initiatives Navigation Center Committee, also known as the Link Committee. This staff report originated as a council member request by Councilmember Peñalosa, which after council discussion at your last meeting, council gave direction to engage in a conversation with regards to this newly formed committee, which is really a formalization of a committee that's been in existence for 12 years. We have known of it as Porterville Homeless Connect, which has met on a monthly basis and planning an annual event, which also coincides with the point in time count. But now with the establishment of the Porterville Welcome or Navigation Center, provides a place for this committee. As the council's aware, in times past or in years past, the Project Homeless Connect has moved around to different sites because there hasn't been a base for that project to happen. Well, now there is a base, and the design of the Navigation Center is to do just as it says, is to welcome folks in and to help navigate them into housing and provide the necessary services. So with the formation of the Navigation Center, this committee is looking to more firmly establish itself. And I guess I would say from a positive aspect, instead of having an annual event, having twice-a-month events that would mirror the services that are provided, previously have been provided once a year, would be being provided twice a month. Also in the establishment of this committee, and the city has either chaired or co-chaired this committee for the last 12 years. As this committee is being established, there is a chair that's coming from a non-city representative, which is actually coming from the private sector, from Emblem Blue Cross. Happy to answer any questions with regards to this. City staff will continue to attend. I know that it was a consideration of Councilmember Peñalosa to does a member of council wish to be appointed to this, which, as we said, I don't think staff takes any offense at that. We said, hey, it is a working committee. As I just said, you are looking at a meeting, a committee that'd be meeting once a month, and also involved in twice a month for dates yet to be established. That would also be helping in coordinating and planning those, and going out and finding those resources. I will tell you, a lot of it's beating the streets, so to speak, to try to find those resources that will be helpful to the clients that they wish to serve. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions, and I'm going to unfold the dialogue on this one because having been very proactive with on the homeless task force and seeing the fruition of the wellness and the navigation center, I do believe that this is probably one that whoever sits on the committee, and once there's a reorganization, that it's very important that attendance to the meetings, because when you have a hands-on working committee, a lot of things get lost in the process. But I do feel that this is one that representation should be there. I don't know if there's anyone else that would like to give any input, but I think that we can go with the recommendation to have a council member, but after, in the reorganization process of council and assignment of committees. That would be a motion.
May I chime in a little bit, Mayor?
Huh?
May I say something? Or
Please.
is that- Yeah, I think that I appreciate Vice Mayor mentioning this at the last council meeting as well, and I think I agree. I think I thank staff that have been participating on this, on the homeless of the community. Staff has done a tremendous job with collaboration with many agencies. I do believe that as we have the navigation now opening, that we need a city representative to be on this new form committee, to be active and be knowledgeable of the resources and agencies that are out there. And whoever we decide to choose, definitely in agreement with the mayor's comments, that we need someone that will be actively engaged in the meetings and in what's going on. And so I also do agree that we should wait to appoint a representative to this committee and an alternate until after the election, once we have newly elected representatives for the two districts that are being contested. And so that's my 2 cents, but yeah.
So is that a second to what I said? I made the motion.
What was your motion? Just like,
I had made the motion to take staff recommendation, but to have the appointment of the council member in the reorganization process.
oh, okay. Reorg, so that would be after election.
Yeah. In the reorganization
Gotcha.
process.
Just for discussion, I think that if we're looking at a member and an alternate, then that would take care of any attendance or continuity that would happen. But that's not without seeing what the bylaws or the organizational
Yeah.
makeup
Correct.
is.
It's hard to know.
Correct.
And, for example, I can't tell you what day they're going to be meeting in time. Right now, it was the monthly meeting was this week at 11, on Monday, right? Correct. Yeah, so it happened on Monday at 11 o'clock, which I was in another meeting myself, so I couldn't, it was a Zoom meeting, because they're not meeting physically right now, so, but they're still trying to establish what are gonna be the regular meeting dates, and then when are those service days going to be, because I think they're wanting to have continuity and consistency of those days as well.
All right. Any further discussion?
So was that a
Who
second,
who
Daniel?
made
Did
well,
you second?
yours was a second? Was yours a second?
I'll second the mayor's
You
motion.
didn't want to put words in your mouth.
All right. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurley,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 15.
Thank you, Honor. Your regular item, just as a status and review of proclamation of the local emergency, I'll be brief. I would say in the last couple of weeks, there was new guidance that was received from the state as it related to gatherings in anticipation of the upcoming holidays, which guidance has been now indicating that the state is agreeable to having up to 3 households meet. It doesn't have a defined number, but saying if three households wish to meet outdoors, And as long as those households maintain 6 feet social distancing, wear face coverings unless they're eating or drinking, practice good hand hygiene, and ask that there be no singing or chanting as part of those gatherings. So that's been recent guidance, like I said, that's been issued, which applies, which was done primarily for private parties, I would say, in terms of gatherings and anticipation of the upcoming holidays, but also did make it applicable to public spaces and outdoor spaces. Speaking of homelessness recently, the Project Room Key, which is a CARES Act funded project of the county, showed, and actually I looked at the data today, of the 133 rooms that are available, 86 as we speak today are currently occupied. So there's about 50 some rooms that are, almost 50 rooms that are unoccupied right now under contract. The Navigation Center is anticipated to, we are hopeful, cross our fingers, finish its fire monitoring and sprinkler system this week. So hopefully that will finally allow now for overnight residency. I know it's something that our fire department's been very diligently working in regards, and appreciate all their support in trying to help get finish this ball across the line so that the Navigation Center can open to its full, well, I'm not gonna say full capacity, because they are looking at 2/3 capacity, looking, instead of having 30, having 20 in the initial, and I would say out of abundance of caution because of experiences in other shelters and trying to ensure that there's social distancing amongst residents in the shelters. Tulare County continues to be in the purple tier. Our positive news is that this new positivity and Healthy Places Index that's been added, it's my understanding that Tulare County is meeting that metric. What is holding Tulare County back right now from proceeding to the red tier, which has some additional opportunities for local businesses to open indoor operations like restaurants and gyms could open at 10% capacity and things of that nature, is that the cases per 100,000 is still exceeding the minimum or the maximum level of no more than 7 per 100,000 daily cases, and we're right now averaging over 9. And to be candid, it's not really moving in the right direction in that regard. So I know there continues to be efforts to try to encourage testing. The local testing facility here at the Veterans Memorial Building will continue to operate at least through the end of this month, and I would anticipate it continuing into November. Still haven't received an update in terms of where the state is in its request for proposals from, so they were doing an RFP for whether this would continue to be an Optum site or would it move over to another provider, and there's still not been resolution to that as I provide this report right now. What we are seeing is school waivers being granted, and you're seeing that across Tulare County. Locally here, St. Anne's, Hope Elementary School, Rockford Elementary, Hope and Rockford were most recently, as well as Pleasant View, granted their waivers, which I anticipate opening soon. Porterville Unified is right now at the county level. Their waivers have not yet been, according to the county's website, not been approved to go forward to the state. And understanding that Burton has also applied for their waivers as well. So, and these would be for K-6 elementary schools. Kind of important to note, going to red, with Tulare County, we're able to proceed to the red tier and be able to hold that tier for a period of time would allow for upper grades to be able to return to school as well. So with that, staff's recommendation would be to continue to make the findings of need for continuing the proclamation of local emergency. Happy to answer any questions.
Council, do you have any questions?
I do, Mayor.
Please.
I know from your report, Mr. John Hollis, that we talked about where we're at right now in terms of COVID cases in Tulare County in the purple tier. Just wanted to get to see, we currently in Porterville, in terms of cases, how are we, doing compared to the rest of the county, specifically with other communities?
The best way to answer that is by the tracks that is being tracked, and so they're by quartiles. So you have an overall county number, and then there are quartiles that are being tracked. Those that are of greatest, what's been identified is where, it's hard to compare communities to communities because it goes down to a track level. What has been identified, and it's indicated in the staff report, is generally the unincorporated areas of Tulare County. City of Tulare is dealing with some issues in some of its tracks, especially on the south and I believe east side, such that they even changed the testing facility. So there was a similar to Veterans Memorial Building, there was a testing facility at the World Egg Expo or Center, and they moved it to the Tulare Fairgrounds to try to make that a more convenient location for residents that are in need, because there's designated areas where they are tracking where positive cases are occurring from, and you've probably seen guidance. This makes it a little bit awkward with regards to the governor's and the state's guidance with gatherings, as Tulare County just this week came out and said, it's gatherings that are in large part as part of contact tracing, indicating that that's where positive cases are coming from. It's not coming from business transmission or other things. It's coming from, candidly, family gatherings. And so there's a little bit of a conflict, I would say, with regards to what is Tulare County's experience and why there is increasing cases of positivity as they're doing contact tracing back, and then certainly seeing the pressures of the upcoming holidays and as soon as Halloween, as an example, which indicating, here's what you can do, so to speak, under a guidance, but also be very careful.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's, if we just continue to encourage social distancing and avoiding large gatherings, throughout the county, and even though Porterville may be doing fairly well, I think we just got to continue to encourage folks to keep on going, because that's going to be the difference between when we're going to reopen, or whether that's going to happen soon or later, right?
And I would stress this point, is to continue to test, even if, say, asymptomatic. The good news is that Tulare County's testing rate is better than the state average. This has been something the county's been, but the best way to show is to have testing. And so I know that one of the concerns that the county public health officials have is that people become wearisome. How many? Okay, I've been tested 3 times. Okay, that's it. And we really, the message needs to be, that help. Asymptomatic people also, and the city's had some experience with this with asymptomatic individuals, is that we may check temperatures and do health questionnaires, but that doesn't mean that the individual isn't a carrier. And so by also testing asymptomatic folks, or folks that don't have symptoms, also helps identify those that are asymptomatic, which also helps prevent the spread.
Any further questions? Any other comments?
No, I have a comment. I was speaking with a friend today who handles various, works in various counties, is an administrator for various counties. And on one side, they're yellow, oversight to watching everybody in the COVID in the Tulare County area. So we need to go red. We wear a mask, social distancing, wash our hands, and get tested, as Mr. Lawless said, so that we can do what everybody keeps telling us, that the city of Porterville is not allowing, which we aren't. It's not us. It's open business, get kids back to school, and get people back to work. And if we do all of that, we can do all of the things that everybody's demanding be done. So, but there's evidence that here you have an area that's yellow, a couple of counties in yellow, and they're merrily going on their way. So we can do it too.
Thank you. So I make the motion that we continue the proclamation of local emergency.
I will second.
We have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola? Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Now we'll go into oral communications. Do we have any that have come in?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now go into other matters. Councilmember Peñalosa.
I actually don't have anything to say tonight.
Oh, my gosh, and you came to the meeting, okay. Councilmember Gurrola.
I always have something to say. Only
Nothing.
have 3 more meetings.
Oh, my gosh, and you have to state it, huh? Councilmember Stowe, did you have a birthday?
Yes, he did.
No.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You had a birthday. Do you want to share?
Sure. Yeah, I had a birthday.
Is there anything you'd like to say?
Where's the party going to be at?
Yes, and I got to celebrate with you all.
How wonderful is that?
Happy
Okay,
birthday.
So today's his
I'm
birthday.
more than pleased, thank you.
okay.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. Vice
So what I
Mayor.
wanted to say was that I only have 3 more meetings, but in the last year, we haven't had a lot of issues that have come forward other than, those that we've had. But, I always tell people that are going to run for city council, 50% of the time people will love you, the other 50% they'll hate you. So tonight, 3 of us will be in that bad side. But we do the very best we can, given the information we have, doing all our due diligence, and we make the best decision for the city of Porterville and its residents.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Stowe, I think when the mayor was asking if there's anything you wanted to share, I think she was talking about cake. Is that birthday cake?
I
You
think
gotta-
so.
No, all kidding aside, though.
Hey, Vice Mayor, that's exactly what I'm talking about. No, I do not want to share my cake. It was very good, thank you very much, City Manager.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
That's good. And also to address what Councilmember Gurrola said is that this is probably the third time there's been a decision like that since I've been up here, and it never gets any easier. So I understand exactly what she's saying, and maybe one of us out of the 3 of us, it would be will be getting more lumps of coal in their stocking than others, but it's definitely not with it's not easy. Let me just put it that way.
Mayor, I did just had something come to my mind.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I would just like to say, in terms of those decisions that we make, I just want to say that I know sometimes they may be tough, and we may not agree on the dais on certain things, but that I respect every one of you being on here. It's not easy serving on city council, and it's my second year, going into my second year being on council, and so we all bring different personalities, different insights, different experiences, and I just want to make sure it's clear, that we still are serving the best interests of our community in our votes and our own ways, right? And so when it comes down to it, just wanted to throw that out there to everybody.
We are a working council. I mean, each and every one of us, we have different perspectives, but bottom line is, we're friends. We still get along, and we move on. I don't want to have to do roll calls, so as I'm sharing under other matters, I hope to see some of the little faces on the boxes here. I want to share that Vice Mayor and I and Chief Lapierre, we went out for the second time to the sports complex, to the Sequoia Fire Complex. I apologize. And we had already attended on September the 30th, and we had already been out there and got a tour. And I shared at that time that we got to talk and meet with the agencies that were there, and we were there to support the agencies. We went back on October the 8th. Tell you what, 6:45 in the morning, we were there and we were prompt. We got there before Chief Lapierre, which was pretty good. Last time he was there before us. And it was to be a part of the morning briefing before the firefighters and the agencies went out on their assignments. And it was to welcome and say hello to Team Conifor, the firefighters from Mexico. Juan Villa was from the team. He was the public information officer. And Conifor in English stands for Commission of National Forests. He was fluent in both languages and was very instrumental in our visit. We also met the representatives from the U.S. Forest Service, who was also bilingual, and he actually goes out to the team and translates for them. So when they get the information in English, he's able to tell them what has to be done in Spanish. We were there, we welcomed them, and we thanked them for their assistance to what's in our backyard. And it was with regard to the fire. They were representing the different states from Mexico. We met 20 of them because the other firefighters were elsewhere. They were their assignments. But we were informed that they were the top of the line in the agencies, and we're proud to be here to help battle the blaze in our backyard, in our surrounding areas. So that was nice. That's all I have to share. That was early in the morning. Mr. Lawless?
Just appreciate the council's time this evening. Speaking of birthdays, the fire chief has one of those coming up.
Oh, my goodness. And he's...
Yeah.
Well, happy
early
birthday.
But I do want to highlight that, and I highlighted that last meeting, because typically we try to celebrate that as part of our team, and it's just been very challenging to be able to do that. So I don't want it to go lost that that isn't recognized. So,
How old will he be, 63?
25.
Gosh, I knew him when he was a student and would come to the counter in the attendance office at Menachie High School.
So.
Carrot cake all around.
All right.
If you don't realize that he loves carrot cake, and he might be the only one. So when you talk about sharing cake, he pretty much, he gets the cake to himself.
Oh, my gosh, how cool is that?
Yeah. So it's going, Dave's birthday always usually is like, right, okay. So, but again, and appreciate all the time. And, I was, as you go through the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports, I was making this comment to a couple of members of council. The council isn't paid for any of these meetings. And it's amazing, the TCRTA then created more meetings for elected officials to attend that they don't get paid to attend. And they are elected officials. These aren't staffed committees. These are elected official committees. So I think if you look, these are becoming at least definitely part-time, trending towards full-time jobs, so to speak, certainly without compensation. So I just want to say, appreciate, they are truly volunteer efforts. So much appreciated.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Reitner, Ms. Phillips, would you like to say anything? I can see you smiling with those masks on. Okay. Chief Lapierre?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything you'd like to say?
Oh, I'm living in dog years, so.
All right, I see Mr. Moore, Mr. Knight, Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Hildra. Chief Krupel, how are you this evening?
I'm doing well, thank you.
All right. Mr. Bartow, how are you this evening?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Okay, good to see you guys smiling. How about you, Mr. Costello?
Doing great, thank you.
All right, you learned how to work that thing, huh? All right. I'm looking at legal counsel. Is there?
And I'm trying to disguise a yawn.
We're going home at least 2 hours earlier tonight.
Yep, hey, this is, yeah, that's true.
Yes, yes.
I get home a full 2 hours earlier than the last meeting.
Okay.
It's pretty scary.
Oh, Fernando.
I will bring cake in to all of you tomorrow.
He's going to bring cake on tomorrow. Okay. Fernando, thank you for everything that you do. You sit there, you type away, you listen to us, and you go.
I try my best.
Okay. Mr. Moore, Ms. Hildreth, Mr. Sanchez, anything you guys want to say? Okay, Mr. Knight, the real Mr. Knight's on there. Everyone have a good evening. Thank you very much for everything that you do. It is 10:47. We adjourn.